This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened that night. Even typing this makes my hands shake. It's been 3 months and I still wake up in cold sweats, feeling that presence behind me. I've never shared this with anyone. Not even my family knows the full story. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was a Thursday night in late October when I was driving back from a business conference in Portland. I'd planned to make it home to Seattle in one go, about a 3-hour drive, but everything that could go wrong did. First, my phone died because I'd forgotten my car charger at the hotel. Then the rain started, not just any rain, but the kind of downpour that makes your windshield wipers useless. The highway became a blur of headlights and water, and I could barely see 10 feet ahead of me. I'd been on the road for almost 2 hours when I realized I was running dangerously low on gas. The needle was hovering just above empty, and I hadn't seen a gas station for miles. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to find somewhere to stop, but I was in the middle of nowhere, on some back highway I'd taken to avoid traffic. By this point, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. You know that feeling when you're so tired that your eyelids feel like they weigh 100 pounds? That was me. I'd been up since 5 that morning preparing for my presentation, and it was now well past 11 at night. Just when I thought I'd have to pull over on the shoulder and risk sleeping in my car, I saw it. A faint, flickering neon sign on the right side of the road. Hollow Creek Motel, vacancy. It appeared so suddenly that I almost missed the turn. The sign's red glow reflecting off the wet pavement was like a beacon in the storm. I pulled into the parking lot, which was really just a muddy clearing with spaces for maybe 10 cars. Mine was the only one there. The motel itself looked like something from another era, a single-story building with peeling paint and a sagging roof. In daylight, I probably would have kept driving, but at that moment it looked like salvation. I parked as close to the office as I could and made a run for it through the rain. By the time I reached the door, I was soaked to the bone, my dress shirt clinging to my skin. The office was lit by a single lamp on a cluttered desk. The air smelled musty, like old books and cigarette smoke. There was no one behind the counter, but a small bell sat next to an ancient-looking guest register. I rang it, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. After a few seconds, a door behind the counter opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall and impossibly thin, with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes that seemed too large for his face. His skin was pale, not just white, but almost translucent, like you could see the veins underneath. He didn't say a word, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "Hi," I said, trying to sound normal despite the chill that ran up my spine. "I need a room for the night. Just one night." He nodded slowly, reached under the counter, and pulled out a key with a faded plastic tag reading 7 attached to it. He placed it on the counter and slid it toward me. I reached for my wallet. "How much do I owe you?" He shook his head slightly and pushed the key closer to me. "Don't you need my ID credit card?" I asked. Again, he just stared. The whole interaction was making my skin crawl, but I was too exhausted to care. I took the key, mumbled a thanks, and hurried back into the rain. Room 7 was at the far end of the building. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it several times before the door finally swung open with a long, drawn-out creak. The smell hit me first, a sickly mix of mildew and something else I couldn't identify, something sweeter, almost like decay. The room was dark except for the faint glow from a bedside lamp with a yellowed shade. It cast just enough light to reveal peeling floral wallpaper, water stains on the ceiling, and a sagging double bed with a faded quilt. The bathroom door was ajar, showing a glimpse of cracked tiles and a dripping faucet. A small TV sat on a dresser opposite the bed, an old box model that probably still had dials. The carpet felt damp under my feet. Under normal circumstances, I would have turned around and left immediately, but I was exhausted. My car was nearly out of gas, and the storm outside had only intensified. I could hear the rain hammering against the roof and windows, punctuated by occasional thunder. I dropped my overnight bag on the floor, kicked off my shoes, and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress sank beneath me, the springs groaning in protest. I didn't even bother undressing fully, just removed my wet shirt and pants and crawled under the covers in my boxers and undershirt. Despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. The room was cold, unusually cold for October, and the blankets were thin and scratchy. Every few minutes, a car would pass on the highway, its headlights sweeping across the walls through the threadbare curtains, creating strange, shifting shadows. I lay there for what felt like hours, drifting in and out of a restless half-sleep. It was during one of those moments when I was hovering between wakefulness and dreaming that I first noticed it. The sound of breathing, not my own, something slower, deeper, with a slight rasp at the end of each exhale. At first I thought it was just the wind, or maybe the plumbing making strange noises. But as I became more alert, I realized it was definitely breathing, and it was coming from inside the room. My body went rigid. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, that it was just my mind playing tricks in an unfamiliar place. But the sound continued, steady and unmistakable. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The room was darker now. The lamp must have dimmed or burned out. The only light came from the neon sign outside, casting a reddish glow through the gap in the curtains. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began to make out the shapes in the room: the dresser, the TV, the bathroom door, and something else, something that hadn't been there when I'd entered the room. In the far corner between the dresser and the wall stood a figure. It was tall, too tall to be human, its head nearly touching the ceiling. It was thin, with impossibly long arms hanging at its sides. I couldn't make out its face clearly, just a pale oval with deep, dark hollows where the eyes should be. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. I just lay there, paralyzed with terror, as the figure stood motionless in the corner, watching me. I told myself it was just a coat rack or some piece of furniture I hadn't noticed earlier. But then it moved. It wasn't a sudden movement, more like a slow shift of weight, a subtle change in posture that brought it an inch closer to the bed. The breathing sound grew slightly louder. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst from my chest. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like being trapped in a nightmare, except I knew with absolute certainty that I was awake. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them again, the figure would be gone. I counted to 10 in my head, then 20, then 30. When I finally gathered the courage to look, the figure had moved again. It was now standing at the foot of the bed. The temperature in the room had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The cold was so intense it burned my skin, like being submerged in ice water. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if something had placed a hand on it. Then again, stronger this time, like something was climbing onto the bed. The springs creaked under the weight. That was when I finally broke free from my paralysis. I lunged for the edge of the bed, nearly falling to the floor in my desperation to get away. I scrambled to my feet, not caring that I was almost naked, focused only on reaching the door. My hands fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb with cold and terror. I could feel it behind me, getting closer. The air around me grew even colder, to the point where it hurt to breathe. Then I felt it, a touch on the back of my neck. Not a hand, exactly. More like fingers of ice that seemed to pass partially through my skin. The sensation was so horrifying, so utterly wrong, that a sound escaped me. Not quite a scream, more like the whimper of a wounded animal. Finally, the lock gave way. I yanked the door open and ran out into the rain, not looking back. The parking lot was a sea of mud and puddles, but I barely noticed as I sprinted to my car. My hands were shaking so violently I could hardly get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. As I pulled onto the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The neon sign that had read vacancy when I arrived now glowed with the words no vacancy. I drove all night, pushing my car well beyond the speed limit despite the dangerous conditions. I didn't stop until I reached the outskirts of Seattle at dawn, my gas tank running on fumes. In the days that followed, I tried to research Hollow Creek Motel. I couldn't even find it on a map. When I tried to retrace my route, that stretch of highway seemed different somehow, with no turnoff where the motel should have been. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I was more exhausted than I realized. Maybe there was carbon monoxide in that room affecting my brain. But none of those explanations can account for the bruise-like marks on the back of my neck that took weeks to fade, or the way the temperature drops in my apartment sometimes for no reason, or the feeling I still get occasionally that I'm being watched. The worst part is not knowing what would have happened if I hadn't gotten out when I did, what that thing wanted from me. Sometimes I think about the no vacancy sign and wonder if it found what it was looking for. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night at Hollow Creek Motel, but I know one thing for certain. I'll never stop at an isolated motel again, no matter how bad the weather or how tired I am, because some places aren't meant for the living to stay. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer night 6 years ago. I was 11 then, living in this tiny town in northern Maine that nobody's ever heard of unless you're from there. Our house sat about a quarter-mile from the Prestill Stream, not close enough to see it from our windows, but near enough that you could walk there in 5 minutes through the woods behind our property. My parents both worked at the potato processing plant, and that night Mom was working late and Dad was out of town delivering a shipment. It wasn't unusual for me to be home alone for a few hours. I'd just feed myself dinner, usually microwave pizza or mac and cheese, do some homework, and watch TV until Mom got home around 11. That particular night was muggy, the kind of summer heat that sticks to your skin. It was late July, around 8:30, and the sun was just starting to set, creating this weird orangey-pink glow through the trees. I remember I was watching some stupid reality show while eating a bowl of cereal for dinner. Mom would have killed me if she knew that was all I had. Our dog, Rusty, was scratching at the back door, wanting to go out. He was this medium-sized mutt with reddish-brown fur, hence the name, that we'd adopted from the shelter a couple years before. I paused the TV and let him out, figuring he'd do his business and be scratching to come back in within 5 minutes like usual. I went back to my show, but after a while, I realized Rusty hadn't come back. I checked the clock. It had been about 15 minutes, not super long, but longer than normal. Sometimes he'd chase rabbits or squirrels in the yard, so I wasn't too worried yet. Still, I decided to go check on him. Our back door had this little window at the top where you could peek out into the yard. The sun had dipped lower, and the yard was getting darker, cast in deep blue shadows. I flipped on the back porch light and opened the door. "Rusty," I called out. I didn't see him in the immediate yard. That's when I heard it. It started as what I thought was a distant cry, like maybe a wounded animal, but within seconds it transformed into something else entirely. A woman's scream, but not just any scream. This was the most bone-chilling wail I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like God. It's hard to describe. Like someone was being torn apart from the inside, like grief and rage and agony all mixed together. The weirdest part was how it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It sounded close, like terrifyingly close, maybe just at the edge of our property where the woods begin, but also somehow distant, like an echo bouncing off the trees. I froze in the doorway, my blood turning to ice. The scream went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then it stopped, leaving this horrible silence behind. Just as it ended, Rusty came tearing across the yard toward the house, moving faster than I'd ever seen him run. His ears were flat against his head, and he was making these whimpering noises I'd never heard from him before. He bolted past me into the house, nearly knocking me over. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and then double-checked the lock. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely turn the deadbolt. I remember thinking that whatever made that sound was going to come for me next. Rusty had run straight to my room and crawled under my bed, something he never did. He was trembling all over, and when I tried to coax him out, he just pushed himself further back against the wall. I grabbed the cordless phone, yeah, we still had one of those back then, and called my mom. I was crying by this point, barely able to get the words out. "Mom, there's something outside." I heard this scream, and Rusty's freaking out, and I'm scared. I remember practically shouting into the phone. Mom tried to calm me down, saying it was probably just an animal, a fox or a fisher cat. They can make some pretty human-like screams, but I knew what I heard wasn't an animal, it was a woman, or at least it sounded like one. "I'm leaving work now," she said. "I'll be home in 20 minutes. Lock all the doors and windows, stay inside, and don't look outside anymore. If you get really scared, call Mrs. Henderson next door." Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. I went around the house making sure every door and window was locked. I pulled all the curtains closed. I turned on every light in the house. Rusty still wouldn't come out from under the bed. I sat on the living room couch, as far from any window as possible, with the TV volume turned up to drown out any sounds from outside, but I couldn't focus on anything playing. I kept straining to hear if that scream would come again. The worst part was that I kept feeling like something was watching the house, like if I peeked through the curtains, I'd see a face staring back at me. I didn't look, I couldn't. When Mom finally pulled into the driveway, I nearly collapsed with relief. I ran to the door but waited until she was all the way up the porch steps before unlocking it. I flung myself at her, sobbing. She checked the house, then the yard with a flashlight, but found nothing. Rusty eventually came out from under the bed, but stuck to Mom like glue the rest of the night. She let me sleep in her room, and even though I was exhausted, I barely slept. The next day, we heard that Mrs. Carlyle, who lived about a half-mile away near the stream, had seen what she described as a woman in white standing in her backyard. When she went to the window for a better look, the figure was gone. Mom dismissed it as an overactive imagination, but it made my skin crawl. For weeks after that, I refused to go outside alone after dark. I had nightmares about a woman with long black hair and a white dress standing at the edge of the woods, staring at my window. In the dreams, she would open her mouth impossibly wide and let out that same awful scream I'd heard. The incident eventually faded into the background of my life. I rationalized it as Mom had, probably just a wild animal making strange noises. The human mind likes to make patterns out of random sounds, right? At least that's what I told myself. But then, almost 2 years later, everything changed. I was 13, watching random YouTube videos, when I stumbled across one about legendary ghosts from around the world. I wasn't particularly into scary stuff, but the thumbnail looked interesting. The video covered various spirits from different cultures, and about halfway through, they started talking about La Llorona, the wailing woman. According to the legend, La Llorona was a woman who drowned her own children in a river out of anger or grief. The stories varied. Afterward, overcome with remorse, she drowned herself, but she wasn't allowed into the afterlife until she found her children, so her spirit wanders near bodies of water, wailing and searching for them. Some versions say she kidnaps and drowns other children, mistaking them for her own or out of revenge. As I watched the video, the hairs on my arms stood up. The narrator mentioned 2 specific things that made my blood run cold. First, La Llorona's wail is said to sound closer when she's actually farther away, and farther when she's closer, disorienting her victims. Second, she's always found near water, the Prestiel stream. The scream that seemed both near and far, the way Rusty had been terrified, Mrs. Carlyle's woman in white. I slammed my laptop shut and sat there, heart pounding in my chest. We didn't have a large Hispanic population in our town, and I'd never heard of La Llorona before this. But the similarities were too striking to ignore. I eventually convinced myself it was just coincidence. Our town was predominantly white, with European heritage, mostly Irish, French, and Swedish. Why would a Hispanic ghost be wandering around northern Maine? It didn't make sense, but I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd heard that night was La Llorona. The more I thought about it, the more certain details came back to me, like how the scream had seemed to come from the direction of the stream, how Rusty had been so terrified he wouldn't go out after dark for weeks afterward, how the temperature had seemed to drop suddenly when I opened that door, despite it being a warm July night. I never told my parents about my La Llorona theory. They'd already written off the incident as an animal or my overactive imagination, and bringing it up again would just make them think I was being dramatic. For a long time after that, I avoided going near the Prestile stream alone. When friends wanted to go fishing or swimming there, I'd make up excuses. I couldn't explain my fear without sounding crazy, but I couldn't shake it either. The summer I turned 16, my friend Tyler convinced me to go camping with him and his older brother near the stream. I almost backed out at the last minute, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. We set up our tent about 50 yards from the water's edge. The whole time I felt on edge, jumping at every sound. Around midnight, while Tyler and his brother were asleep, I heard splashing in the stream, not like fish jumping or a bird landing. This was steady, rhythmic, like footsteps moving through shallow water. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, too terrified to look out of the tent or wake the others. The splashing stopped directly across from our campsite. Then came a soft, almost inaudible weeping. It started quiet but grew louder, more frantic, until it was almost that same scream I'd heard years before. Tyler and his brother slept through the whole thing somehow. I lay there, tears streaming down my face, certain that if I unzipped the tent, I'd see her standing there in the moonlight, dripping wet with that horrible, hollow look in her eyes that I'd imagined 1,000 times in my nightmares. The weeping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence afterward was almost worse. I never went camping again. I never told anyone what I heard that night. I'm 17 now, and I still live in the same house, still near the Prestile stream. Sometimes on summer nights when my window is open, I think I can hear distant crying carried on the breeze. I always shut the window immediately and turn on my music. I don't know why La Llorona would be in our small Maine town. Maybe she follows water everywhere, not just in the southwest. Maybe someone brought her story here and she followed. Or maybe it wasn't her at all, just a coincidence that happens to match the legend perfectly. All I know is that I'm counting the days until I graduate and can move somewhere far from here. Somewhere without streams or rivers or lakes. Somewhere where women in white don't wail in the night, searching for children to replace the ones they've lost. And until then, I never ever go near the water after dark. Story 3. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, and you learn to handle all kinds of situations on the road. Snowstorms, drunk drivers, mechanical failures in the middle of nowhere. It's all part of the job. But what happened to me last November on E80 isn't something any training manual prepares you for. I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. I was making a run from Denver to San Francisco, hauling refrigerated goods that needed to be delivered by morning. It was one of those bitter cold November nights where you can feel the winter coming on strong. The kind where your breath fogs up even inside the cab until the heater really kicks in. I'd been on the road about 6 hours and was somewhere in the Nevada desert, that long stretch of I-80 where civilization thins out and the darkness swallows everything beyond your headlights. It was around 2 in the morning and I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 40 minutes. The radio was giving me nothing but static, so I'd switched it off. It was just me, the hum of my engine, and the occasional bump of the road. The moon was thin that night, barely lighting up the landscape, making the desert look like some kind of alien terrain. You know how your mind starts playing tricks when you've been driving too long? I was getting to that point, so I cracked my window to let the cold air wake me up. That's when I first noticed the lights ahead. At first I thought nothing of it, just some traffic up ahead. But something felt off about them. They weren't bouncing like normal headlights do when a vehicle moves over uneven pavement. They seemed to be floating, almost, and they were moving so slowly, way too slowly for highway traffic, even in bad conditions. And the conditions weren't bad, cold as hell, sure, but the road was clear and dry. As I got closer, I could make out what looked like a convoy of trucks, 4, maybe 5 of them, all in a perfect line. They were keeping the same distance from each other, moving in perfect synchronization at what couldn't have been more than 20 miles per hour. In the middle of the night, on an empty highway with no hazard lights on, I eased off my accelerator, trying to figure out what I was looking at. Maybe they were hauling something dangerous or oversized, but there were no escort vehicles, no warning signs, nothing to indicate a special transport situation. When I got within about a quarter mile, I flashed my lights, thinking maybe they'd move over to let me pass. No response. Not a single one of them put on their turn signals or made any indication they'd seen me. I decided to pass them. I had a schedule to keep, and 20 miles per hour wasn't going to get me to San Francisco on time. As I pulled into the left lane and accelerated, that's when the real weirdness started. The trucks were old, not just old, but ancient. The kind you'd see in photographs from the 70s, not on a modern highway. Their metal was faded and dull in my headlights, covered in what looked like decades of rust and decay. The trailers were in even worse shape, sides caving in, metal peeling away. One of them had tires that were literally shredding away from the wheels, yet somehow still rolling forward. But what really made my blood turn cold was that as I passed each cab, I could see right inside them. They were empty. Not a single driver, not one. The steering wheels were moving on their own, making small adjustments to keep the trucks perfectly aligned on the road. The interior lights were off, but I could see clearly enough in the glow from my own lights as I passed each one. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I panicked. I floored it, pushing my rig as fast as it would go, desperate to get ahead of whatever the hell was happening behind me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely keep hold of the wheel. I must have gone a good 5 miles before I dared to check my mirrors. They were gone. Not in the distance behind me, not anywhere. The road was completely empty, stretching back until it disappeared into darkness. It was like they'd never been there at all. I kept driving, probably faster than I should have, keeping my eyes fixed ahead. I didn't want to see those lights again. The adrenaline kept me wide awake for the next 100 miles until I pulled into a truck stop outside Reno. I needed coffee, food, anything to ground me back in reality. The place was nearly empty. Just a couple of local guys at the counter and a waitress who looked like she'd been working there since the place was built. Her name tag said Betty. She must have seen something in my face when I walked in, because she immediately poured me a coffee without me asking. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said, sliding the mug toward me. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I needed to tell someone, so I described what I'd seen. The slow-moving convoy, the decrepit trucks, the empty cabs. With each detail, her expression changed from casual interest to something like grim recognition. When I finished, she leaned in close. "You saw the silent convoy," she said. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper. "Not many drivers will talk about them, but they've been spotted on this stretch for decades." I asked her what she meant, and she told me the story. How some truckers believe they're the ghosts of drivers who never made it to their destinations. Others say they're something else entirely, something that was never human to begin with, just wearing the form of trucks like a disguise. "My daddy was a trucker back in the 80s, she continued, refilling my cup. "He saw them 3 times during his career, said they always appeared on the loneliest stretches, always in the dead of night. The 3rd time he saw them, one of the trucks moved into his lane, trying to force him off the road. He swore he could see right through the metal, like it was made of smoke. Betty told me about other drivers who'd seen the convoy over the years. Some just glimpsed them from a distance. Others, like me, got close enough to see inside the empty cabs. And then she told me about the ones who disappeared. Every few years, a truck gets found abandoned on the shoulder, engine still running, driver's personal items still inside, but no driver, ever. The Highway Patrol has files full of these cases with no explanations. Some folks around here say those drivers are now part of the silent convoy." I asked her why she was telling me all this, and her answer chilled me more than the sight of those empty trucks had. "Because they noticed you," she said. "They don't show themselves to everyone. And once they do, she trailed off, leaving me to fill in the blanks. She told me that if I ever saw them again, I shouldn't try to pass them. I should pull over, turn off my engine, and wait for them to move on. Interacting with them was dangerous. They might take it as an invitation. I finished my meal in silence, paid my bill, and headed back to my truck. The rest of my journey to San Francisco went without incident, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen, or what Betty had told me. That was 3 months ago. I've made the Denver-San Francisco run 6 times since then. I've driven that stretch of I-80 in the dead of night, my eyes constantly flicking to my mirrors, scanning the horizon for those floating lights. I haven't seen them again, but I know they're out there. I've started asking other truckers about the silent convoy. Most laugh it off or change the subject, but every now and then I see recognition in someone's eyes. They've seen them too. One old-timer told me he believes they're collecting souls, drivers who are meant to be on the road forever. Last week, I was passing through Wyoming when I heard on the CB that a truck had been found abandoned on I-80 in Nevada. Engine running, no signs of foul play, driver nowhere to be found. I immediately thought of the silent convoy. Had they found another driver to join their ranks? I've considered finding another route, maybe even another job. But trucking is all I know, and I can't let fear control me, so I keep driving, keep watching. But I've made one change to my routine. I never drive that stretch of I-80 at night anymore. I time my trips, so I'm always crossing the Nevada desert in broad daylight. Maybe it's superstition. Maybe what I saw was just fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. But then I remember the details. The rust-covered metal, the shredding tires somehow still functioning, the empty cabs with steering wheels turning on their own. No hallucination could be that specific, that real. Sometimes when I'm driving at night on other highways, I'll catch a glimpse of distant headlights in my mirror that seem to be moving too slowly, too perfectly in sync. My heart stops for a second until I blink and see they're just normal trucks. I don't know if the silent convoy is looking for me now. I don't know if seeing them once marks you somehow. But I can feel them out there in the darkness, cruising the empty highways, their phantom engines humming, waiting for lonely drivers to join their endless journey. What scares me most is wondering what happens to the drivers who disappear. Are they conscious inside those empty cabs? Can they see out through the windshield as their truck joins the convoy, driving forever through the night, or are they just gone? Last night, I dreamed I was sitting in my cab, hands on the wheel, but I couldn't move them. I was locked in place, watching as my truck drove itself, following other trucks ahead of me. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. When I woke up, my sheets were soaked with sweat. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened to me if one day my truck is found on the shoulder of I-80, engine running, no driver in sight. If you're a trucker reading this and you see a convoy of old decrepit trucks moving too slowly on an empty highway at night, don't try to pass them. Pull over, turn off your engine, and wait until they're gone. And if you're driving I-80 through Nevada and you see a convoy of trucks with a newer model at the back, that might be me. I'm still out here, still driving, but for how long, I don't know. Story 4. Kafaf. I've been driving trucks for almost 15 years now. Long hauls, overnight runs, you name it. I've seen just about everything the road can throw at a person. Deer jumping out, drunk drivers, even a small plane making an emergency landing once. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on Route 50 through Nevada? I still can't make sense of it. First off, I'm not one of those guys who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. I'm a practical man, always have been. My dad drove trucks, taught me everything about the job, including to trust my gut and keep my eyes on the road, but he never prepared me for this. It was supposed to be a routine haul. I was carrying industrial equipment from Sacramento to Denver, taking Route 50 through Nevada. Locals call it the loneliest road in America, and for good reason. Miles of nothing but desert, mountains in the distance, and a ribbon of asphalt cutting through it all. I'd driven it dozens of times before. I left Fallon, Nevada around 8 in the evening. The sky was completely clear, stars shining so bright they almost hurt to look at. No moon that night, which made the stars even more intense. Something about them felt off from the start. too bright, too many, like someone had turned up the contrast on the night sky. My truck's a 2017 Peterbilt, well-maintained and reliable. I've named her Betsy, after my grandmother. Don't laugh, most of us truckers name our rigs. You spend more time with them than with actual people sometimes. About an hour into the desert stretch, my CB radio started acting up. Nothing but static at first, which isn't unusual out there. Reception can be spotty, but then, cutting through the white noise, I heard a voice, gravelly, like someone who'd smoked 3 packs a day for decades. "He's out there tonight," it said. Just that. "He's out there tonight." I figured it was some local truckers messing around. You get that sometimes, bored drivers playing pranks on the channel. So I responded with, "Who's out there, buddy? Over." Nothing but static. I turned the radio down and kept driving. The temperature display on my dash showed 43 degrees, cold for a spring night in the desert. I remember because I had to crank the heat up, which was weird for May. The air inside the cab felt heavy somehow, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was completely clear. About 30 miles later, my headlights caught something at the edge of the road, a figure standing with his thumb out, a hitchhiker. Not completely unusual, though not common on that stretch either. He was wearing what looked like an old-style denim trucker jacket, the kind they don't really make anymore, and a trucker cap pulled low over his face. I couldn't make out his features as I passed. Now, I don't pick up hitchhikers, company policy, and common sense, but something about this guy made the hair on my arms stand up. Maybe it was how still he stood. He didn't turn to watch me pass, didn't move at all, just stood there, thumb out, face hidden. I checked my mirrors after passing him, more out of habit than anything else, and that's when I felt the first real jolt of fear. He was gone, completely gone. There was nowhere he could have gone, just flat desert on either side of the road, visible in my taillights. No cars had passed in the other direction. He'd just vanished. I'm not proud to admit it, but I put my foot down harder on the accelerator. Betsy's engine growled as we pushed up to 75 miles per hour. That's when the CB crackled to life again. A different voice this time. Deeper, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "You should have picked him up." My hand jerked to the radio dial to respond, but I stopped myself. Whoever was playing games, I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction. Besides, my palms were sweating now, despite the chill in the air. For the next 20 minutes or so, I drove in silence, just the rumble of the engine and the sound of tires on asphalt. I tried playing some music, Willie Nelson, my go-to for night drives, but there was interference on every station, nothing but static and occasional bursts of what sounded like whispering. Then I saw him again. Not at the side of the road this time, right in the middle of my lane, the same figure, denim jacket, cap, face hidden, standing perfectly still in the path of my truck. I slammed on the brakes instinctively, the load shifting behind me, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Betsy shuddered as we skidded, and I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. When we finally stopped, I was breathing hard, heart pounding in my chest. There was nobody there. The road ahead was empty. "What the fuck?" I whispered, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, trying to get my breathing under control. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I should find a place to pull over and rest. That's when the fog rolled in. If you've driven through the Nevada desert, you know fog isn't common, especially not the thick, unnatural fog that suddenly surrounded my truck. It came from nowhere, enveloping Betsy until I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. The headlights just reflected back, creating a wall of glowing white. I turned the radio back on, hoping to catch a weather alert or something to explain what was happening, but the radio was off, completely off. I hadn't touched it since turning it down earlier, yet somehow, through the speakers, I heard a whisper, "Too late now." I'm not ashamed to say I panicked. I put Betsy in gear and started driving, slowly at first, then faster. The fog was disorienting, but I needed to get out of there. I kept accelerating, hoping to break through to clear air. That's when I hit something solid. The impact wasn't huge, maybe 40 miles per hour, but enough to jolt me forward against my seatbelt. Betsy's front end dipped, like when you hit a deer, and then bounced back up. "Oh God," I thought, "I've hit someone." I stopped immediately, grabbing my flashlight from the glove compartment with shaking hands. The fog was still thick as I climbed down from the cab, but I had to check if I'd hit that hitchhiker. The beam of my flashlight cut through the mist as I made my way to the front of the truck. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but there was nothing there. No dent in the bumper, no blood, nothing on the ground, nothing at all. That's when I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate footsteps on the asphalt. I turned around, the flashlight beam swinging wildly until it landed on him, the hitchhiker, standing about 15 feet away, still wearing that denim jacket and cap. "Look, man, I'm sorry if I almost hit you," I called out, my voice cracking. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond, just stood there, completely motionless. Then slowly, he raised his head. I'll never forget what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see. Where his face should have been, there was just nothing. Not darkness, not a blur, but smooth, pale skin stretched over bone. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank canvas where features should have been. My flashlight clattered to the ground. I backed up until I hit Betsy's grill, unable to look away from that faceless head. The thing, I can't call it a man anymore, took a step toward me, then another. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like it was learning to walk. I scrambled around the side of the truck, yanked open the door, and hauled myself into the cab, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, not caring about the fog anymore, just needing to get away. In my rearview mirror, I could see the figure standing in the middle of the road, growing smaller as I sped away. But then the fog closed in completely, and I couldn't see anything behind me. The radio crackled to life one last time. This time the voice seemed to come from everywhere. The speakers, the vents, even from the empty passenger seat beside me. "Time to go, driver." That's the last thing I remember clearly. The next thing I knew, I was parked at a rest stop just outside of Ely, Nevada, over 100 miles from where I'd encountered the hitchhiker. It was morning. The sun was shining, no sign of fog. My watch showed 11:32 a.m. I'd lost over 12 hours. The cargo was still sealed in the trailer. Nothing was missing except time. And my CB radio was tuned to a channel I never use, emitting nothing but soft static. I finished my delivery in Denver, but I've been jumpy ever since. I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. The radio in my apartment turns itself on in the middle of the night. Nothing but static. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear that whisper again. "Time to go, driver." I don't know what happened to me out there on Route 50. I don't know what that thing was, but I know I'm never driving that stretch of road again, especially not at night. And if you're wise, you won't either, because he's out there, the hitchhiker with no face. And I think next time, he won't just let me drive away. Story 5. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was always the guy who rolled his eyes when friends talked about haunted houses or paranormal TV shows. That all changed last year when I was 19. What happened to my family still gives me chills, and I find myself checking dark corners even now. We lived in this corner house in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood. Nothing special about it. Just a 2-story with 4 bedrooms, a decent backyard, that sort of thing. My dad was always particular about the dining room blinds facing the street. He'd get irritated if they were left open at night because there was this street light that would shine directly into their upstairs bedroom window. It was one of those house rules we all just followed without question. I remember it was a Friday in October. I'd been at my girlfriend Sarah's place watching movies, and it was around 1 a.m. when I got home. The house was quiet. My parents and siblings were asleep. I came in through the front door and immediately noticed something was off. The dining room blinds were wide open and that bright street light was flooding the room. My first thought was, crap, Dad's gonna be pissed. So I headed into the dining room to close them. That's when I saw it, a silhouette standing by the window, just standing there. I figured it was my dad checking if I'd come home yet. Sorry about the blinds. I said quietly, trying not to wake everyone else up. I just got in. No response. The figure didn't move, didn't even seem to acknowledge me, just kept standing there, looking out the window. I remember feeling confused, wondering if maybe he was sleepwalking or something. "Dad?" I called again, a bit louder this time. The figure slowly turned away from the window and moved toward the light switch near the doorway where I was standing. I still couldn't see a face, just this dark outline against the glow from the streetlight. Something felt wrong about the way it moved, not quite human, too smooth or something. My heart started beating faster. "Dad, are you okay?" I asked. No answer, just this thing getting closer to me. That's when the fear really hit. This wave of absolute dread washed over me like nothing I'd ever felt before. My stomach knotted up, and I felt this pressure in my chest like I couldn't breathe right. I lunged for the light switch before whatever it was could reach it. My hand was shaking so bad I missed it the first time. When I finally flipped it on, the room was empty, completely empty. No one was there. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, just staring at the empty dining room, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it? Was I just tired? But I knew what I'd seen. Someone, or something, had been standing there. I quickly closed the blinds and practically ran to my bedroom upstairs. I double-checked that my door was locked, and I remember sitting on my bed with all the lights on until sunrise, just staring at the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every creak of the house, every little noise had me on edge. I kept thinking about that figure and how wrong it had felt, the way it moved, the overwhelming feeling of terror that came over me. I tried telling myself I was being stupid, that I was tired and seeing things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in our house. The next morning, I went down to breakfast, exhausted and jumpy. Mom was making pancakes, my 10-year-old sister Lily was already at the table, and my older brother Jake was pouring himself coffee. Dad was reading the newspaper like he always did. Everything seemed so normal that I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing, but I couldn't keep it in. "Did anyone else hear something in the dining room last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The kitchen went completely silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. "What did you see?" my mom finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I told them everything. The open blinds, the figure by the window, how it moved toward me, the overwhelming feeling of dread, how it vanished when I turned on the light. As I spoke, I watched my sister's face go pale. Jake put down his coffee mug so hard it spilled. Even my dad lowered his newspaper. "I thought it was just me," Jake said, running his hand through his hair. "About 2 months ago, I was coming home from my late shift at the gas station. It was around 3 in the morning, and everyone was asleep. I was walking up the stairs, and I physically bumped into something." He described how he'd been barefoot, and whatever he'd bumped into felt like it had feet too, but they were cold, like ink black were the words he used. When he looked up startled, there was nothing there. He'd convinced himself he was just tired and seeing things. Lily started crying then. She said she'd woken up one night about 6 weeks ago to find what she thought was a shadow sitting on the edge of her bed. When she turned on her little flashlight, it disappeared. She'd been sleeping with her stuffed animals arranged around her ever since, thinking they would protect her. My mom reached out and took Lily's hand. With her other hand, she clutched her coffee mug so tight her knuckles went white. She admitted that about a month ago, she'd woken up in the middle of the night and gone downstairs for water. When she passed the living room, she saw what she thought was my dad sitting in his reading chair. But when she called out to him and got no response, she turned on the light and found the chair empty. She'd gone back upstairs to find my dad still fast asleep in their bed. The most shocking was my dad. He's always been the skeptic in our family, the one who finds the logical explanation for everything. But even he had a story. 3 weeks before, he'd been working late at his office in the community college where he teaches. He said he saw someone walking down the hallway past his office door, just a shadow really, Thinking it was the janitor, he'd called out, but got no response. He followed the figure down the hallway, a hallway with only one exit at the end. But when he reached the exit door, no one was there. The door hadn't been opened. It had an alarm that would have sounded. We all sat there in stunned silence. None of us had said anything to the others, each thinking we were just tired or imagining things, but the descriptions we all gave matched. Tall, thin, male-shaped with broad shoulders, and we'd all felt the same thing when encountering it, this sick feeling, this terror and dread that was overwhelming. "It's like it was feeding off our fear," Jake said quietly. The more scared I got, the more substantial it seemed to become. "Why didn't any of you say something?" Dad asked, looking at each of us. His face was ashen. None of us had a good answer. We were scared, embarrassed, afraid of sounding crazy. But now, realizing we'd all experienced the same thing, it was impossible to deny something was in our house. Mom called Father Thomas from our church that same day. She'd known him for years, and although we weren't super religious, she trusted him. She explained what was happening, and he came over that afternoon. I remember being surprised by how matter-of-fact he was about the whole thing. He didn't question us or suggest we were making it up. He simply nodded and said, "This happens more often than people realize." He blessed every room in the house with holy water, said prayers in each corner. He focused especially on the dining room and the staircase, where most of our encounters had happened. The whole time the house felt heavier somehow, like the air was thick. My ears were popping like when you drive up a mountain. When Father Thomas finished, he told us the house should be clear now. He wouldn't say exactly what he thought the shadow was. He just called it a negative presence and said it fed on fear and discord. He suggested we keep our faith strong and our minds positive. After he left, we all sat in the living room together, none of us wanting to be alone. The house felt different, lighter somehow. We ended up having a movie night, all piled together on the couches. Even Dad, who would normally be in his study working, stayed with us. That was a year ago. We haven't seen the shadow person since Father Thomas blessed the house. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't finally talked to each other about our experiences. How much longer would that thing have stayed? Would it have gotten stronger, more bold in its appearances? I still don't know what it was. A ghost, a demon, some kind of energy that took shape? All I know is that it was real, we all saw it, and it left when our house was blessed. I don't roll my eyes at ghost stories anymore, and I always check that the dining room blinds are closed at night. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened to me during those few weeks in Dublin, and I'm not sure I want to. It's been 3 years, but writing this down still makes my hands shake. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family because it sounds completely mental, but I need to get this off my chest. I was 19 when I started at Trinity College. Coming from a small town in Wicklow, Dublin was exciting but intimidating. Student housing was crazy expensive, so like many first years, I ended up in digs accommodation, basically renting a room in someone's family home. I found a decent place in Rathmines with an older lady, Mrs. Byrne, who lived with her 2 adult sons, Connor and Liam. They were both in their 30s. Connor worked nights at some factory, and Liam did IT work from home. The house was this old Victorian terrace with high ceilings and creaky floorboards, but my room was spacious with a decent bed and desk, so I couldn't complain. The first semester went grand. Mrs. Byrne was sweet, always offering tea and biscuits when I'd come home from classes. The sons kept to themselves mostly. Liam would nod hello in the kitchen, while I barely saw Connor since our schedules were opposite. I spent most of my time either at uni or out with friends, so the arrangement suited me perfectly. But everything changed around early April, about 7 months after I moved in. The first weird thing happened on a Tuesday night. I remember it was Tuesday because I had a modern literature lecture first thing Wednesday, and I was stressing about finishing this essay on Joyce that was due. I'd been working until about 2 in the morning when I needed to use the bathroom. The layout of the house was important here. My room was at the end of the upstairs hallway. The bathroom was about 10 steps away, and between my room and the bathroom was the top of the staircase leading down. The hallway had this single dim bulb that Mrs. Byrne insisted on keeping on all night in case anyone needs to get up. I used the bathroom, washed my hands, and stepped back into the hallway to return to my room. That's when it happened. This darkness just descended on me. Not like the lights went out, more like a black fog suddenly surrounded me. It wasn't smoke, it moved differently, more deliberate, more aware. I tried to wave it away with my hands, and I could see it respond to my movements, swirling and reforming like it was conscious. I couldn't see the walls or floor anymore, just blackness with these subtle variations of dark swirling around me. I completely lost my sense of direction. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I couldn't breathe properly. I remember trying to call out, but my voice came out as this pathetic whisper that seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness. The whole thing probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt so much longer. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog dissipated. When my vision cleared, I found myself standing at the very edge of the top step of the staircase, my toes actually hanging over the edge. One more step, and I would have tumbled down 14 steep stairs onto the hardwood floor below. That's what freaked me out the most. I know for a fact I had only taken a few steps from the bathroom door. There's no way I could have walked to the staircase without realizing it. The bathroom and my bedroom were in the opposite direction from the stairs. I practically ran back to my room and locked the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. I convinced myself I must have been sleep-deprived and disoriented from staring at my laptop screen for hours. The next morning in daylight, I felt stupid about how scared I'd been. I didn't tell anyone. Who would I tell anyway? Hey, Mrs. Byrne, I saw some sentient black fog in your hallway last night. She already thought I was a bit odd for keeping to myself so much. For about a week, nothing happened. I was extra careful when using the bathroom at night, practically hugging the wall opposite the staircase. I started to think maybe it had been a weird one-off incident. Then came the dream. It was the following Tuesday night, exactly a week after the fog incident. I remember going to bed around midnight, exhausted after a full day of classes. In the dream, I was walking up the lane to my grandmother's old farmhouse in Mayo. The weird thing was, the house in my dream looked exactly like it did before the renovations 12 years ago, with the blue door and the crooked stone wall my dad eventually replaced. My gran had been dead for 11 years at this point. She'd been my favorite person in the world, and I still missed her terribly. In the dream, she opened that blue door and smiled at me like she used to. She was wearing her flowery apron, the one with little daisies on it that I remember from when I was a kid. Her gray hair was tied back in her usual bun, and she had those reading glasses hanging on the chain around her neck. "There you are, James," she said in that soft Mayo accent I remembered. "I've been waiting for you. Come in. I've made tea." Inside, the kitchen was exactly as I remembered it from when I was 7 or 8. The old Aga stove, the wooden table with the wobbly leg, even the calendar from 2006 hanging on the wall. She poured tea from her blue teapot into those little cups with roses on them. We sat and talked, and it felt so real and natural. I remember feeling happy and calm for the first time in weeks. Then things changed. Mid-sentence, her face started shifting, not gradually, but in these quick, jerky movements. Her eyes widened until they were too big for her face, and her mouth stretched into this grin that literally went from ear to ear. Her teeth weren't right either. Too many, too sharp. I jumped up, knocking over my chair. "Gran, what's wrong with you?" I asked, backing away. She stood up too, still with that horrible smile. "Don't you want to stay with your gran, James? Don't you love me anymore?" Her voice had changed too, deeper, with this weird echo like multiple voices speaking at once. I turned to run, but as I did, I glanced down and saw her feet. They weren't feet anymore. They were hooves, like a goat's hooves, black and hard against the linoleum floor. I bolted for the door, but it was locked. Behind me, whatever was pretending to be my grandmother let out this laugh, not human at all, more like a bellowing animal sound. The walls of the kitchen started melting, literally dripping like wax, and that's when I woke up. I woke up sitting bolt upright in bed, sobbing uncontrollably. My face was wet with tears, and I was gasping for breath like I'd been running. There was banging on my door, loud, insistent knocking. James, James, are you all right in there? Open the door, please." It was Mrs. Byrne, sounding worried. I stumbled to the door, still half in the dream world, and opened it. Mrs. Byrne stood there in her dressing gown, her face creased with concern. "I heard you crying out, 'Are you okay, love?' You sounded like you were in terrible pain." I mumbled something about a nightmare and apologized for waking her. She offered to make me tea, but I just wanted to be alone. After she left, I checked the time on my phone, 3:33 in the morning. I couldn't get back to sleep. The next day I went to classes like normal, but I couldn't focus. That dream felt different from any nightmare I'd ever had. It felt meaningful somehow, like a warning. I decided to go home to my parents' house that weekend, making up some excuse about needing to pick up more clothes. The truth was, I just needed to get out of that house for a few days. My parents lived about an hour away from Dublin by train. Being home felt normal and safe. I didn't tell them about the weird stuff. My dad would have just told me to get more sleep, and my mum would have worried herself sick. Saturday passed uneventfully. I helped my dad in the garden, had dinner with my parents, watched some mindless TV, and went to bed early in my childhood bedroom. For the first time in days, I felt properly relaxed. Then came Sunday morning. I woke up around 6 because of this burning sensation on my leg. At first I thought maybe I'd twisted in my sleep and pulled a muscle, but when I reached down to touch my inner thigh, it was wet. In the dim morning light, I could see dark smudges on my fingertips. I switched on my bedside lamp and pulled back the covers. There was blood on my pajama bottoms. Not a lot, but enough to be concerning. I pulled them down to check, and that's when I saw it. Running along my inner thigh was what looked like a scratch, but not just any scratch. It was about 7 or 8 inches long, not deep enough to need stitches, but definitely deep enough to bleed. The skin around it was raised and red, like something had dragged sharp claws along my flesh. I sat there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Our family dog slept outside in his kennel. Besides, this wasn't a dog scratch. It was too precise, too deliberate. I checked my own nails, but they were short and blunt like always. There was no way I could have done this to myself in my sleep. The scratch had 3 distinct lines, perfectly parallel to each other, like 3 claws had been dragged across my skin in one smooth motion. I cleaned it with antiseptic from the bathroom cabinet, trying not to wake my parents. As I dabbed at the blood, I noticed something else that made my stomach drop. The scratch was warm to the touch, warmer than the rest of my skin, like whatever had made it had left some residual heat behind. That was the moment I knew I couldn't go back to that house in Dublin. I didn't care about my deposit or what explanation I'd give Mrs. Byrne. I just knew I had to get out. I told my parents I was having issues with my housemates and asked if I could commute to college for the rest of the semester, only about 6 weeks. They were surprised, but agreed. I went back to the Diggs house that Sunday evening, just long enough to pack my essential stuff. Mrs. Byrne seemed confused and a bit hurt, but I mumbled something about family issues requiring me to move home. The weird thing was, as I was shoving clothes into my bag, Liam appeared at my doorway. He'd barely spoken 2 sentences to me the entire time I'd lived there, but now he just stood watching me pack with this strange, blank expression. "Everything has a price, James," he said after a while. "Just that, nothing else." Then he walked away before I could respond. I was out of that house within an hour, and I've never been back. I arranged for a friend to pick up the rest of my things the following week. Since then, I've had no more incidents, no black fog, no disturbing dreams, no unexplained injuries. Whatever it was seemed to be connected to that house, or the people in it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, or if there was some logical explanation I'm missing. Carbon monoxide poisoning, sleep paralysis, stress-induced hallucinations, but none of those explain the scratch on my leg. I still have a small scar there, Sometimes it itches, especially at night. Story 7. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm terrified even typing it out, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I'm 17 now, but this nightmare started when I was just 10 years old. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, our house backed up to these dense woods. I used to play outside all the time. My mom always said I was more comfortable climbing trees than sitting on furniture. This particular day in late October was unusually warm, and I was collecting colorful leaves at the edge of our property. I remember it was around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was starting to get lower, casting these long shadows through the trees. I had this weird feeling like I was being watched, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck. I looked up toward the tree line, and that's when I saw it for the first time. Standing between 2 oak trees was this thing. It was pure white, like paper white, not just pale, and tall. I'm not exaggerating when I say it had to be at least 10 feet high. It had this weird body shape, kind of like a bodybuilder, but with proportions that were just wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging almost to its knees. I couldn't see its mouth clearly from where I stood, but its eyes. God, its eyes were these black beads, completely void of any emotion. The scariest part wasn't even how it looked. It was what happened when I locked eyes with it. It's hard to explain, but it felt like someone had turned down the volume on the world. The birds stopped chirping, the wind seemed to die down, and instead, I heard this faint sound of wind chimes, not the normal kind you'd hang on your porch. These sounded different, almost metallic, but with this hollow echo, and then I started walking toward it. I swear I didn't want to. It was like my body wasn't my own anymore. I took about 6 steps toward the woods, my leaf collection scattered behind me, completely forgotten. I remember thinking, "Stop walking, Ella. Stop right now." But I couldn't. I just kept moving forward, like I was being pulled by some invisible string. If my mom hadn't called my name from the back porch at that exact moment, I don't know what would have happened. Her voice snapped me out of whatever trance I was in. I turned to look at her for just a second, and when I looked back toward the trees, the creature was gone. The wind chimes sound stopped too, just like that. I ran back to the house, completely freaked out. I told my mom what I'd seen, but she just said it was probably a deer or maybe my imagination playing tricks on me. But I knew what I saw, and it definitely wasn't a deer. For a while after that, I refused to go near the woods. I'd have nightmares about those black eyes, and sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night thinking I heard those weird wind chimes. But eventually, life moved on. We relocated to Texas when I was 13 because of my dad's job, and I kind of convinced myself that maybe it had been my imagination after all. Fast forward 3 years. I'm 16 now, living in suburban Texas, and I've made these amazing online friends through Minecraft. Shai is 16 too, and Catan is 14. We've never met in person, but we talk every single day on Discord. We've shared pretty much everything about our lives: school drama, family problems, crushes, you name it. These guys know me better than my real-life friends do. 2 weeks ago, Shai messaged our group chat in the middle of the night. He was freaking out, saying he'd seen something weird at the edge of the woods behind his house in Missouri. He described this tall, white figure with a weird build and black eyes. My blood went cold. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I called him immediately, and he was still shaking. The details he described, the height, the paper white skin, those dead black eyes, it was exactly what I'd seen 6 years earlier. When I told him about my experience, we both got quiet. What were the chances that we'd seen the same creature years apart in completely different states? It didn't make any sense. Catan thought we were messing with him at first, but he could tell from our voices that we were genuinely scared. We started researching online, looking for similar sightings, but found nothing that matched exactly what we'd seen. We decided to call these things demo walkers, partly to make them seem less terrifying, like naming something gives you some kind of power over it. Stupid, I know, but we were grasping at anything that might help. 4 days after Xi's sighting, I was up late working on a school project. My parents were asleep and the house was completely quiet. I had my headphones on, watching YouTube tutorials for my assignment when I felt that same cold sensation I'd felt years ago, like someone was watching me. I slowly pulled my headphones off and turned around. There it was, standing by my bathroom door. The demo walker. In my house. It was hunched slightly because the ceiling wasn't high enough for it to stand at its full height. Its white skin seemed to glow faintly in the darkness of my room, illuminated only by the blue light from my computer screen. Those black eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. My throat closed up completely. With trembling hands, I somehow managed to call Catan on Discord. When he answered, I was whispering, terrified that if I spoke too loudly, the thing would, I don't know, attack me or something. "It's in my room," I whispered. "The demo walker. It's standing right by my bathroom door, watching me." Catan kept telling me to stay calm, to not make any sudden movements. I couldn't look away from those eyes. It was like they were holding me in place. We stayed like that. Me frozen in my chair, the creature motionless by the door, for what felt like forever, but was probably about 30 seconds. Then my cat jumped onto my desk, knocking over a cup of pens. I instinctively glanced down for a split second, and when I looked back up, the demo walker was gone, just disappeared. No sound, no movement, just gone. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. Catan stayed on the call with me all night. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking it would come back the moment I closed my eyes. The next day, I was exhausted but too scared to tell my parents. What would I even say? "Hey Mom, remember that monster I saw when I was 10? Well, it's followed us to Texas and was in my room last night." They'd think I was losing my mind. That night, Catan insisted we do a video call so he could see me and make sure I was okay. We were talking about normal stuff, trying to distract ourselves from what had happened, when his face suddenly went pale. He was staring at something behind me, his eyes wide with fear. "Ella," he whispered, "don't turn around, but I think it's on your stairs." My entire body went cold. I could see in the small preview window of our call that behind me, half hidden in the shadows of our staircase, was the white figure, standing completely still, watching. I could feel its eyes on the back of my neck. The wind chime sounds started again, that same eerie, hollow metallic tinkling that I'd heard in Pennsylvania. Catan could hear it too, through the call. That's when we realized these things make sounds. Not just the wind chimes, but also this soft hissing noise, almost like static on an old TV, but with patterns to it, like it was trying to communicate. I slowly reached for my phone, not taking my eyes off Catan on the screen. I typed a message to Xi. "It's here again, on my stairs. Catan sees it too." Seconds later, Xi called us in a panic. He said he'd been hearing the wind chimes sound all evening, coming from somewhere in his house. As we were talking, the demo walker on my stairs tilted its head, like it was listening to our conversation. Then it just melted into the shadows. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. Since then, things have gotten worse. I'm hearing the wind chimes almost every night now, sometimes right by my ear when I'm trying to sleep. I've started having these horrible nightmares where the demo walkers are killing Xi and Catan and then coming for me. I wake up gasping for air, my heart racing like I've been running for my life. Last night was the worst. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find one standing at the foot of my bed. It was making that hissing sound, louder than before. I lay perfectly still, pretending to be asleep, tears streaming silently down my face. After what felt like hours, it finally left. This morning, I found weird marks on my bedroom floor, like something heavy had been dragged across it. My parents didn't notice them. Xi, Catan, and I are terrified. We have no idea what these things want from us, or why they've connected the three of us. All we know is that they're watching us, following us, and possibly trying to communicate. The internet has been no help. Everything we find about tall white creatures is either about Slender Man, which this definitely isn't, or aliens. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Has anyone else seen these demo walkers? Does anyone know what they want? I'm scared to be alone in my house. I'm scared to sleep. Every time my phone pings, I'm terrified it's Shy or Catan telling me something worse has happened. The wind chimes are starting again. Right now, as I'm typing this, they're getting louder. Story 8, Ninth Day. This happened last winter when my girlfriend Elena and I were visiting my grandmother in Ridgemont, Pennsylvania. We were staying in the basement guest room. Nothing fancy, just a queen-sized bed, some old furniture, and this ancient dehumidifier that made a constant low hum. The basement was always a bit colder than the rest of the house, so we had extra blankets, and the only light came from a small window near the ceiling and a couple of lamps with yellowish bulbs that made the whole space feel kind of dim and isolated. We'd had a normal day, helped Grandma with some chores, went to the local diner for lunch, watched some TV. Nothing unusual. That night, Eleanor fell asleep around 11, but I stayed up scrolling through my phone for about an hour. I remember checking the time, 12:17, before putting my phone down on the nightstand. I was tired, but not exhausted, just regular end-of-the-day tiredness. I turned off the lamp and settled in next to Elena. She was breathing deeply, completely out. The basement was dark except for the tiny red light from the smoke detector in the corner and a sliver of moonlight coming through that small window. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. That's when things started getting weird. Instead of drifting off, I suddenly felt this wave of, I don't know how else to describe it, except extreme comfort, like the most peaceful, relaxed feeling I've ever experienced. It wasn't like falling asleep. I was still fully conscious, but my body felt heavy in this pleasant way, like I was sinking into the mattress. Then I noticed this strange humming in my left ear, not like the dehumidifier or the house settling. This was different, lower, more rhythmic, almost like it was coming from inside my head. And at the same time, there was this slower ringing in my right ear, like someone was running their finger around the rim of a wine glass, but at a really low frequency. I should have been alarmed by these weird sounds, but that feeling of comfort just kept getting stronger. My body felt so heavy and relaxed, but my mind was clear. My eyes were open, staring into the darkness of the basement, but I wasn't scared. Not yet. Then things got worse. Much worse. I started seeing rooms, other rooms in the house. They weren't fully there, more like pale outlines or silhouettes against the darkness, semi-transparent and wavering like heat mirages. First, I saw the upstairs hallway, then my grandmother's bedroom, then the kitchen. Each room flashed in front of me for just a second or two before being replaced by another. But the worst part, the part that still makes my stomach turn when I think about it, was that in each doorway of these ghostly rooms, there was a figure just standing there. They were fuzzy, unclear, like they were made of static, but unmistakably human-shaped. They didn't move. They just watched. I couldn't see faces, just these hazy outlines of people standing perfectly still, looking directly at me. These visions flashed faster and faster until it felt like I was being pulled through the house at high speed, seeing room after room, figure after figure, all while those sounds kept buzzing and ringing in my ears. Then, in an instant, everything changed. That peaceful feeling vanished, replaced by the most intense terror I've ever felt. It wasn't just fear, it was primal, overwhelming horror that something was deeply wrong. My head, God, my head. It felt like my brain was being crushed from the inside, like something was squeezing it inside my skull. The pain was excruciating, not like a headache, but like my brain itself was being physically compressed. I tried to move, to wake Elena, to do anything, but I couldn't. Not a finger. Not an eyelid. Nothing. The room visions faded, but the paralysis remained. I was trapped in my own body, conscious but completely immobile. I couldn't even scream. I was still seeing the actual basement around me, still feeling Elena's warmth next to me, but I couldn't do anything about it. In my head, I was screaming. I was fighting with everything I had to move just one finger, to make just one sound. Nothing worked. The pressure in my head kept building. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the paralysis broke. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater. My entire body started shaking uncontrollably. Not like shivering from cold, but violent tremors I couldn't stop. My teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might break. Sweat was pouring off me, soaking through my t-shirt. I reached over and shook Elena awake. She sat up, confused and groggy, asking what was wrong. I couldn't even explain it. All I could say was, "We need to go upstairs. Now, please." The desperation in my voice must have scared her because she didn't argue. Just grabbed her phone and followed me as I stumbled up the basement stairs, my legs still trembling so badly I had to grab the railing to stay upright. We spent the rest of the night on the living room couch. I told Elena I'd had a nightmare, but that was a lie. I knew I hadn't been asleep. I was fully conscious the entire time. Here's why this has been eating at me. I know what sleep paralysis is. I've had it before. That feeling of being awake but unable to move, sometimes with hallucinations. But this was different, fundamentally different. With sleep paralysis, you wake up into it. This came on while I was wide awake, and the progression, from extreme comfort to terror. Those specific audio hallucinations, the room visions, that specific pain in my head, none of that fits with normal sleep paralysis. I've never taken hallucinogens or any drugs that could cause hallucinations. There's no history of schizophrenia in my family. I don't get seizures. I was completely sober, hadn't even had a beer with dinner. And the thing is, I'm an atheist. I've always been firmly in the there's a rational explanation for everything camp. I've never believed in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural, but what happened that night, I can't explain it. I've tried. For months, I've researched every neurological condition, every sleep disorder, every psychological explanation I can find. Nothing matches what I experienced. What's even more disturbing is that the effects didn't fully go away when the episode ended. The shaking continued for hours. That crushing sensation in my brain would come back in waves for days afterward. Not as intense, but definitely the same feeling. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake up with that same ringing in my right ear, and my heart immediately starts racing. I've never gone back to sleep in that basement. When we visit my grandmother now, I make up excuses to stay in a hotel. Elena thinks I'm being ridiculous, but she didn't experience it. She didn't see those figures in the doorways or feel like her brain was being physically crushed inside her skull. The rational part of me keeps searching for a medical explanation, maybe some weird combination of exhaustion, stress, and the unfamiliar environment triggered something in my brain. But the rest of me is terrified that something found me that night, something that wasn't human, something that somehow slipped into my consciousness and showed me things I wasn't supposed to see. I've never been back in that basement alone, and I never will be. I don't know what happened to me that night, if it was some kind of breakdown, or if there really is something in that house that found its way to me when I was vulnerable. All I know is that it felt real, more real than anything I've ever experienced. And the worst part is not knowing if it will ever happen again, or if next time, whatever it is, might not let me go. I still jump at unexpected sounds. I still sleep with the lights on sometimes, and I'm still looking for answers. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need to understand what happened to me. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. Story 9. I've been a police officer in Pine Hollow for almost 7 years now. It's a small town, the kind where everyone knows each other, where the worst crimes are usually teenagers drinking in the woods or the occasional domestic dispute. Nothing major, nothing that keeps you up at night. Well, nothing until about 4 months ago. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. I can't talk to my co-workers about it. They already look at me differently. My wife thinks I need therapy. Maybe I do. It started on a Thursday night in late October. The air had that crisp fall feel to it, and the streets were covered in dead leaves. I was working the night shift alone. Budget cuts meant we rarely had 2 officers on overnight anymore. Dispatch called me around 11:30 about some suspicious activity at 88 Willow Lane, the old Murdoch house. Everyone in Pine Hollow knows about that place. It's been abandoned for at least 30 years. The story goes that old man Murdoch murdered his family there in the 70s before hanging himself in the attic. I don't know how much of that is true and how much is just small town legend that got twisted over time, but the place definitely had a reputation. Kids would dare each other to go inside on Halloween. Teenagers would break windows and spray paint walls. The usual stuff. When I got the call, I figured it was just some kids messing around. The dispatcher said a neighbor reported seeing lights inside the house, which shouldn't be possible since the electricity had been cut off decades ago. Still, I had nothing better to do, so I drove over to check it out. Willow Lane sits on the edge of town, and the Murdoch house is the last one on the street, backing up against the woods. Even before I turned onto the street, I could see what the neighbor was talking about. There was definitely a light. The porch light was flickering on and off like there was a bad connection or something. That immediately set off alarm bells in my head. There shouldn't have been power there at all. I pulled up to the house and radioed dispatch that I'd arrived. The place looked exactly how you'd expect an abandoned house to look. Peeling paint, overgrown yard, broken windows covered with plywood. But that porch light kept flickering, casting weird shadows across the front of the house. I sat in my cruiser for a minute, just watching. Part of me wanted to call for backup, but what would I say? I need another officer because a light is on in an abandoned house. They'd think I was a rookie. So I grabbed my flashlight, made sure my gun was secure in its holster, and got out of the car. The front gate creaked when I pushed it open. The walkway to the house was cracked concrete with weeds growing through it. I could hear the buzzing of the porch light as I got closer, that electrical hum that old fixtures make. When I reached the porch, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. "Hello, Pine Hollow Police," I called out. No response. I pushed the door open wider with my foot and shined my flashlight inside. The interior was a mess of dust and cobwebs, old furniture covered in sheets, trash on the floor from trespassers over the years. The air was thick with the smell of mold and decay. But what caught my attention immediately was the chair. In the center of what must have been the living room was a single wooden chair, perfectly clean amid all the dust. On the chair sat an old tape recorder. Not a cassette player, but one of those reel-to-reel types from the 50s. It looked like it had been polished recently. The reels were slowly turning. I approached carefully, sweeping my flashlight around the room to make sure no one was hiding in the corners. When I reached the chair, I noticed the recorder had a small red light on, indicating it was recording. That made no sense. Like the porch light, it shouldn't have had power. There was a small label on the machine that read, "Press play." Against my better judgment, I pressed the button. For a few seconds, there was just the sound of static and tape hiss. Then I heard it, a voice, barely above a whisper, distorted by the age of the recording. "Help me, help me." It was repeated over and over, the voice becoming more desperate each time. It sounded like a woman, or maybe a child. I couldn't tell. I tried to radio dispatch, but all I got was static. I checked my phone, no signal. That was weird because Pine Hollow has decent coverage everywhere. At that point, I decided it was time to leave and come back with backup. This was too strange, and every instinct was telling me to get out. I backed away from the chair, keeping my flashlight trained on it. That's when I heard the creaking from upstairs. It was a rhythmic sound, like someone rocking in a chair. Creak, creak, creak. The smart thing would have been to leave right then. Call for backup from my car radio. Wait for other officers. But something compelled me to check it out. Maybe someone was actually in trouble up there. Maybe this wasn't just kids playing pranks or my imagination running wild. I made my way to the staircase, testing each step before putting my full weight on it. The house was old, and I didn't trust the floors. The creaking sound continued the whole time, steady and uninterrupted. The second floor was a long hallway with 4 doors. 3 were closed, but one at the end of the hall was open and the creaking was coming from inside. I approached slowly, my hand now resting on my gun. When I reached the doorway, I saw it, a rocking chair moving back and forth on its own. There was no one in it, no breeze from a window to explain the movement. It just rocked steadily, the floorboards creaking beneath it. I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to process what I was seeing. That's when the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, then tried kicking it, but it was like the door had been sealed shut. The temperature in the room dropped so quickly I could see my breath. The rocking chair stopped moving, and then I heard the whispering. It was the same voice from the tape recorder, but it was all around me now, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. "Help me, please help me. Don't leave me here." I turned in circles, pointing my flashlight at every corner of the room. That's when I saw it, a shadow darker than the darkness itself, standing in the far corner. It had no clear shape, just a vague human outline, but where a face should have been, there were 2 faint glowing points of light, like eyes. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that I confronted whatever it was, but the truth is, I was terrified. I backed up against the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The temperature kept dropping, and my flashlight started to flicker. The whispers grew louder, more desperate, until they weren't whispers anymore, but screams that seemed to echo inside my head. Then I felt it, a cold hand on my shoulder. Not just cold like ice, but cold like the void between stars, a kind of cold that seemed to reach into my soul. I couldn't see the hand, but I could feel each finger pressing against my uniform. Something inside me snapped. Pure adrenaline took over. I threw myself at the door with everything I had, kicking and slamming my body against it. On the 3rd try, it gave way, and I tumbled into the hallway. I didn't look back. I ran down those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I could hear the whispers following me, feel the cold chasing me. The tape recorder was still playing in the living room as I sprinted past, but now it was laughing, a high-pitched, maniacal sound that made my skin crawl. I burst out the front door and didn't stop until I reached my cruiser. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The porch light had stopped flickering. It was now shining steadily, and I swear I saw a figure standing in the doorway watching me leave. I radioed for backup once I was a few blocks away, claiming I'd heard noises inside the house and suspected trespassers. 2 other officers met me there about 15 minutes later. By then, I'd composed myself enough to act professional, though my uniform was soaked with sweat. When we went back inside, everything was different. The house was just an empty, abandoned building. No chair in the living room, no tape recorder. The rocking chair upstairs was still covered in dust like it hadn't been moved in years. The officers looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain what I'd seen. We found no evidence of anyone having been in the house recently. No footprints in the dust except for mine from earlier. The next day, I went to the county records office to learn more about the house. The clerk there told me that the murder-suicide story wasn't quite accurate. According to the records, the last owner, Margaret Murdoch, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1953. Her husband claimed she had run off with another man, but many in town suspected he had killed her. Nothing was ever proven, and he moved away shortly after. The house had several owners over the next few decades, but none stayed long. It had been abandoned since the late 80s. I've tried to convince myself it was just stress, lack of sleep, my mind playing tricks on me, but I know what I experienced. I know what I felt in that room. That cold hand on my shoulder felt more real than anything I've ever experienced. I drive past 88 Willow Lane on every shift now, even though it's out of my way. Sometimes, late at night, I see that porch light flickering again. Once, I thought I saw a face in one of the upstairs windows, just for a second, just a pale oval in the darkness. I haven't gone back inside, I won't go back inside, but sometimes when I'm alone in my patrol car at night, I swear I can hear a whisper coming through the static of my radio. Help me. I don't know what happened in that house all those years ago. I don't know whose voice I heard or what was waiting for me in that upstairs room, But I do know that the things we fear, the things we tell stories about, sometimes they're real, and sometimes when we get too close, they reach out and touch us. Story 10. I still don't feel safe talking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I moved into my first house about 7 months ago. Nothing fancy, a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet suburb outside Portland. After years of apartment living, I was beyond excited to have my own place with actual space between me and my neighbors. The previous owners had maintained it well, and the inspector didn't find any major issues, just your typical older home stuff. Some outdated wiring, a few windows that needed resealing, nothing that scared me off. The first few weeks were pretty normal. I was busy unpacking, painting, and making the place feel like home. My neighbors to the right were David and Claire, a middle-aged couple who brought over a small houseplant when I moved in but otherwise kept to themselves. They smiled and waved when I saw them outside, but that was about it. They seemed nice enough, if a bit reserved. Then the flickering started. It was subtle at first. I'd be sitting in my living room watching TV around 10:30 at night, and the lights would dim slightly, then come back to full brightness. I figured it was just the old wiring acting up. The house was built in the 1970s, so some electrical quirks were to be expected. I made a mental note to call an electrician, but didn't worry too much about it. After about a week of this happening consistently every night, I started paying closer attention. The flickering always started at exactly 10:30, not 10:29 or 10:31, exactly 10:30. And it wasn't just random flickering, there was a pattern to it. 3 quick flickers, a pause, 2 longer dimming episodes, another pause, then 1 final flicker before returning to normal. The whole sequence lasted about 45 seconds. One night while it was happening, I glanced out my living room window and noticed something that made my skin crawl. The lights in David and Claire's house were flickering too, in exactly the same pattern as mine. 3 quick ones, pause, 2 longer ones, pause, 1 final flicker. I told myself it was a neighborhood power issue, maybe a voltage problem affecting both our houses. But why only at 10:30, and why that specific pattern? The next day, I decided to check my circuit breaker to see if anything looked off. While I was outside at the electrical panel, I felt like someone was watching me. I looked up at David and Claire's house and nearly jumped out of my skin. David was standing perfectly still at his upstairs window, staring down at me. His face was completely blank, expressionless. Not a friendly neighbor wave, not curiosity about what I was doing, just staring. When our eyes met, he didn't look away or acknowledge me in any way. He just kept staring with that empty expression. I awkwardly waved, but he didn't respond. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds, he simply turned and disappeared from the window. No wave back, no nod, nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house made me jump. I kept thinking about David's face at the window. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something new, a soft buzzing sound coming from the wall my bedroom shared with their house. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet of night, it was impossible to ignore. It would buzz for about 30 seconds, stop for a minute, then start again. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. The next day was Saturday, so I decided to introduce myself properly to David and Claire. Maybe they'd noticed the electrical issues too. Maybe there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for David's weird behavior. But when I knocked, nobody answered, even though both their cars were in the driveway. That night, the flickering happened again at exactly 10:30. Then the buzzing in my bedroom wall started up. But now there was something new, a mechanical clicking sound, like something rotating or shifting position. And there was tapping, faint but persistent tapping that seemed to be moving through the walls. I tried to ignore it, but by the 3rd night of these sounds, I was a nervous wreck. I hadn't slept properly in days. The tapping had become louder, more insistent. It no longer sounded random. It had a rhythm to it, almost like Morse code. I pressed my ear against the wall, hoping to figure out what was causing it. That's when I heard them. Voices, muffled, impossible to make out what they were saying, but definitely human voices coming from inside my wall. Not from next door, but from inside the wall itself. I jumped back like the wall had burned me. This wasn't possible. Walls don't talk. I pressed my ear against it again, holding my breath to listen harder. The voices were there, along with what sounded like paper rustling and occasional metallic clinks. I was done. The next morning, I marched over to David and Claire's house, determined to get answers. This time, Claire answered the door. She looked off. Her hair was messy, her clothes rumpled like she'd been wearing them for days. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she kept blinking rapidly, like she was having trouble focusing. "Hi, Claire. Sorry to bother you, but I've been having some electrical issues, and I noticed your lights seem to be having the same problem. The flickering at 10:30 every night." She stared at me for a long moment before responding. "No flickering here. Everything's fine." "But I've seen it from my window. Your lights flicker in exactly the same pattern as mine." Claire's eyes darted behind me, then to the side, never quite meeting mine. "You must be mistaken. Perhaps you should call an electrician." As she spoke, I caught a glimpse of something behind her in the hallway. A large metal box, about the size of a small filing cabinet, with wires trailing across the floor. Before I could get a better look, she started closing the door. "Wait," I said. "Have you heard any strange noises, like tapping in the walls or buzzing sounds?" Her face changed then, a flash of something that looked like fear before settling back into that vacant expression. "No noises. Everything's fine. David is working. Please don't come back." And she shut the door. I called an electrician that afternoon. He came the next morning and did a thorough inspection of my electrical system. What he found made my blood run cold. "Someone's been tampering with your wiring," he said, pointing to a section of wall near the circuit breaker. "See here? They've cut into the drywall and spliced into your main line. This isn't amateur work either. Whoever did this knew what they were doing." He showed me where someone had carefully cut a small section of drywall, tampered with the wiring, and then patched and painted it to hide their work. "It was so well done that you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for it. I'd recommend calling the police," he said. "This isn't just dangerous, it's illegal." I nodded, but didn't call right away. First, I wanted to look more closely at that patched section of wall. After the electrician left, I took a hammer and carefully broke through the patched drywall. What I found made me physically ill. There was a small conduit running from my house directly into David and Claire's, and mounted inside the wall, pointed right at where my couch sits in the living room, was a tiny camera. I ran out of my house and pounded on their door, rage overriding my fear. No answer. I tried the handle. It was unlocked. I pushed the door open, calling their names. The house was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no personal items, nothing. It looked like no one had lived there for months. The metal box I'd glimpsed was gone. The only evidence anyone had been there at all was a single coffee mug in the kitchen sink. I called the police immediately. They came and took my statement, documented the camera in the wall, and investigated the neighboring house. According to city records, the house had been vacant for over a year. There was no record of David and Claire ever owning it. The real owners lived in California and used it as a rental property, but it had been sitting empty while they renovated. So who were David and Claire? Why were they watching me? What were those sounds in the walls and those synchronized flickering lights? What did they mean? I moved out 2 weeks later. I couldn't stay there knowing someone had been watching me, possibly for weeks. I still don't know what they wanted or if they'll come back. The police investigation stalled due to lack of evidence. David and Claire, if those were even their real names, vanished without a trace. I've been in my new apartment for 3 months now. I check for cameras weekly. I put tape over my webcam. I installed a security system with motion sensors, but sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear that humming sound, that mechanical click, that tapping in the walls. and every night at 10:30, I watch my lights, waiting for them to flicker. Story 11. I've worked in food service for most of my adult life, but nothing prepared me for what happened at that Pizza Hut in Riverdale. I started working there about 5.5 years ago, and everything was pretty normal at first. It was just your typical Pizza Hut in a small strip mall. Nothing fancy, but it paid the bills. I worked my ass off and actually got promoted to shift manager after just a few months. Not exactly winning the lottery, but hey, I was proud of myself. The layout of that place is important to understand what happened. It was long and skinny, basically a rectangle where you could see from the front entrance all the way to the back door. The kitchen was open concept with that typical Pizza Hut setup. Prep tables, ovens, and the walk-in fridge and retarder doors were toward the back near the dishwashing station. Corporate probably thought the open layout would make customers feel better about seeing their food being made, but honestly, it just meant we had nowhere to hide when we needed a minute to breathe. Anyway, I got to know that place inside and out. I knew every corner, every weird noise the ovens made, every single tile that was cracked on the floor. That's what happens when you're responsible for opening and closing a restaurant day after day. It becomes like a second home, even if it's not exactly the home you dreamed of. This particular morning I was opening with Melissa, one of our cooks. She'd been there longer than me and knew her stuff. It was around 5:30 in the morning, still dark outside. I remember the date clearly, October 12th, because it was exactly 2 weeks before Halloween, and we had just put up some cheap decorations the day before. Opening shifts start with a bunch of mindless tasks, counting the register, prepping the dough, getting the ovens going. That morning, I was taking the previous night's trash out through the back door. We had a dumpster maybe 15 steps from the exit, and I was making a few trips back and forth. I had just tossed the third bag when I heard rapid footsteps behind me. I turned around and Melissa was standing there, her face completely drained of color. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, which I now realize is exactly what had happened. "Emma," she said, her voice shaking, "were you just at the dishwasher?" I remember frowning at her. "What? No, I've been out here the whole time. Why?" She grabbed my arm and I could feel her hand trembling. "Someone just walked from where you are, over to the dishwasher, stopped for a second, turned around, and walked back this way." My first thought was that someone had broken in, but I'd locked the front door behind us when we entered, and I'd been standing by the only other exit the whole time. "Are you sure?" I asked, trying to sound calm even though my heart was starting to race. Maybe it was just a shadow from the parking lot lights or something. She shook her head hard. "No, no way. I was kneeling by the retarder doors, getting stuff ready, and I saw it clearly. It was a person wearing all black." That detail sent chills down my spine. Our uniforms were all black. Black pants, black polo shirts with the Pizza Hut logo. Every employee wore the same thing. We went back inside together, both of us looking around nervously. I checked the bathrooms, the office, the walk-in, everywhere someone could possibly hide. Nothing. We were completely alone. The rest of that morning, Melissa kept looking over her shoulder. I tried to brush it off, telling her it was probably just her imagination or a trick of the light. But deep down, I was freaked out too. After we opened and customers started coming in, I almost forgot about it, almost. But then around 11, when I was in the back office counting some change, I heard the bathroom door open and close. We had 2 single bathrooms in the dining area. I stepped out, expecting to see a customer, but the dining room was empty, just 2 guys sitting in a booth on the opposite side of the restaurant, nowhere near the bathrooms. I walked over to check, and both bathroom doors were shut. I knocked on each one, but there was no response. When I opened them, they were completely empty. I convinced myself I was just hearing things because Melissa had spooked me earlier. But that was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, weird little things kept happening. Tools in the kitchen would move when nobody was around them. The pizza cutter would be on one counter, and then suddenly it would be on another. The radio in the kitchen would change stations on its own. Cabinet doors would be open when I knew I'd closed them. I didn't tell anyone except Melissa because I didn't want people thinking I was losing my mind. But Melissa had seen it too, so at least I knew I wasn't crazy. Or maybe we both were. About a month after the first incident, I was closing by myself on a Tuesday night. We closed at 10 on weeknights, and it was around 10:30. I'd sent the last employee home and was just finishing up some paperwork in the office before doing my final walkthrough. That's when I heard it. Footsteps in the dining room. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, like someone wearing work boots. I froze, my pen hovering over the deposit slip I was filling out. The footsteps continued, walking slowly from the front door toward the kitchen. I had locked the front door at 10. I was certain of it. I always checked it twice. I stood up quietly, grabbed the phone and dialed 9, keeping my finger over the one button in case I needed to call for help. I peeked around the office door, expecting to see a customer who had somehow stayed behind, or maybe a burglar. There was nobody there. The footsteps had stopped. My hands were shaking as I put the phone down. I convinced myself it was just the ice maker dropping ice, or maybe the building settling. Old buildings make weird noises, right? I hurried through the rest of my closing duties, constantly looking over my shoulder. Just as I was about to leave, I went to the bathroom one last time. As I was washing my hands, I felt a cold spot, like someone had opened a freezer right next to me. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. I ran out of there so fast I forgot to turn the lights off. I had to force myself to go back and hit the switches before I left. That night, I broke the speed limit all the way home. The next day, I asked the morning crew if anything strange had happened during their shift. One of the servers, Tyler, mentioned that when he arrived, all the chairs in the dining room had been turned upside down on the tables. He thought I had done it as part of cleaning the night before. I hadn't. I started asking around town about the building. Riverdale is a small place where everybody knows everybody's business, so it wasn't hard to find information. An old guy who came in every Friday for lunch told me that before the strip mall was built, that whole area had been the property of Greenwood Funeral Home. The actual funeral home had been torn down in the 80s to make way for the strip mall, but our building sat right where the preparation rooms used to be, where they embalmed the bodies. Great. Just great. After that, the activity seemed to increase. The black figure that Melissa had seen started appearing more frequently. Different employees would mention seeing someone in their peripheral vision, always in the same area by the dishwasher, always wearing black, always just for a second before disappearing. Then came the night that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was a Thursday in January, about 3 months after the first incident. We'd had a busy dinner rush, but by 9:30, the place was empty. We were closing at 10 and I had 2 employees still with me, Jake on dishes and Amber handling the last bit of food prep. At 9:45, Jake called out from the dish area, "Hey, Emma, can you give me a hand with this for a second?" I walked back there and he was struggling with the spray nozzle that had gotten tangled in its hose. "This thing is driving me crazy," he said, showing me how it was knotted up. As I was helping him untangle it, I noticed Amber staring at something behind us, her face pale. "What's up, Amber?" I asked, turning around to see what she was looking at. She pointed toward the walk-in fridge. "There's someone in there," she whispered. "I just saw them go in." Jake and I both looked at the walk-in. The door was closed. "Are you sure?" Jake asked. "I've been standing right here for the last hour and nobody went in there." "I just saw someone go in," Amber insisted. "Just now. They were wearing black." The 3 of us slowly approached the walk-in. I remember my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I pulled it open, bracing myself for whatever was inside. It was empty, completely empty, except for our food inventory. "See? Nothing," Jake said, sounding relieved. But Amber was shaking her head. "I know what I saw. We closed up early that night. I didn't even bother trying to stay until 10. As we were walking out to our cars, Jake asked me, "Do you think this place is haunted or something?" I didn't answer him directly. I just said, "See you tomorrow," and got into my car. The worst incident happened about 2 weeks after that. I was opening again, this time with Tyler. We had gotten there at 5 and were going through our usual morning routine. I was in the office counting the till while Tyler prepped the dough. Suddenly, I heard a crash from the kitchen, followed by Tyler yelling my name. I ran out to find him standing by the prep table, pointing at the walk-in fridge. The door was wide open, and all the metal shelving units inside had been knocked over. Food containers were scattered everywhere. "What the hell happened?" I asked. Tyler's voice was shaking. "I was standing right here, and the door just flew open. Then it sounded like someone was throwing things around in there. But there's nobody in there, Emma." I checked. We spent the next hour cleaning up the mess. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The shelving units in the walk-in were bolted to the wall. They couldn't just fall over on their own. That same day, around lunchtime, 3 different customers complained about feeling like someone was standing behind them while they ate. One woman even moved to a different table because she said she kept feeling someone breathing on her neck. I finally broke down and called the district manager. I didn't tell him I thought the place was haunted. That would have gotten me fired on the spot. Instead, I reported strange occurrences and asked if there had been any history of break-ins or vandalism at this location. He told me the Riverdale location had gone through more managers than any other Pizza Hut in our region. No one seemed to last more than a year. When I asked why, he just said, "People find better opportunities, I guess." But I knew the real reason. They had all experienced what I was experiencing. I stayed on for another 1.5 years after that, partly because I needed the job and partly because I became oddly protective of the place. I felt like I needed to be there to warn new employees, to explain the unexplainable things they might see or hear. The black figure by the dishwasher became almost a regular presence. Sometimes weeks would go by without an incident, and then suddenly it would be active every day for a week straight. We never figured out any pattern to it. The last straw for me came when I was closing alone again. I was in the office finishing paperwork when the lights in the entire restaurant suddenly went out. Complete darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight and made my way to the breaker box near the back door. As I was walking through the dining room, I heard footsteps matching mine, just slightly out of sync, like someone was walking a few feet behind me, following my exact path. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I took another step followed. I ran the rest of the way to the breaker box and flipped all the switches back on. When the lights came back, I was alone. Completely alone in a restaurant where I never truly felt alone. I quit the next day, found another job at a different restaurant across town. I still drive by that Pizza Hut sometimes. It's still open, still serving customers who have no idea what walks those floors after hours. I wonder if the new manager has seen the figure in black, if they've heard the footsteps or felt the cold spots. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I still see that black figure walking to the dishwasher, stopping, turning around, watching me 5 years later, and I still can't explain what happened there. All I know is I'll never set foot in that building again. Story 12. I can't sleep. It's been 3 days since it happened, and every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, feeling the icy water filling my lungs, hearing the screams. I need to write this down. Maybe then my brain will accept it happened and let me rest. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Alex DeCombs, an actor, not famous by any means, just making enough to get by. I'd been performing at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in a stage adaptation of Stephen King's Misery. Ironic, considering what happened later. The show closed on December 21st, but I decided to stay in Scotland through New Year's. There was something about the Gothic architecture, the gloomy winter atmosphere that spoke to me. Plus, I'm a huge history buff, and Scotland has more than its fair share. On December 28, 2005, I decided to take a trip to Glamis Castle. I'd heard all about the legends surrounding it. Secret rooms, hidden monsters, the whole works. I boarded a train at Birdieland Station around 5 in the evening, heading to Dundee. The train wasn't crowded, just a handful of people scattered throughout the carriage. I found a window seat, pulled out my dog-eared copy of The Shining. Yeah, I know, more King, more irony, and settled in for the journey. It had been a long day of sightseeing, and the gentle rocking of the train must have lulled me to sleep. I remember checking my watch before nodding off. It was about 6 o'clock. When I woke up, something felt immediately wrong. The lighting had changed. Instead of the harsh fluorescence I'd fallen asleep under, the carriage was dimly lit by what looked like gas lamps. No, that couldn't be right. I blinked hard, thinking I was still half asleep, but the strange lighting remained, and the smell, God, the smell. A musty, damp odor hung in the air, mixed with something else, something that reminded me of old churches and forgotten cellars. I looked around, disoriented, and nearly jumped out of my skin. The train carriage had completely transformed. The modern seats were gone, replaced by ornate wooden benches with worn velvet cushions. And the people. There were suddenly many more passengers, all dressed in what looked like Victorian clothing. Women in high-necked dresses with their hair pinned up, men in waistcoats and top hats. My first thought was that I'd stumbled onto some kind of historical reenactment. Maybe a theater troupe heading to a performance, but nobody was talking or laughing like actors would between shows. They all sat rigid, staring ahead or out the windows at the darkness beyond. I checked my watch. 7:10. I'd been asleep for over an hour. "First time to Dundee, sir." I turned to find a middle-aged man sitting across from me. He wore a tailored suit with a gold watch chain stretched across his substantial belly. His beard was neatly trimmed, but his eyes looked troubled. Yes," I answered, trying to make sense of what was happening. "What's going on here? Is this some kind of special heritage train or something?" The man tilted his head, giving me an odd look. "Special? I wouldn't call the Edinburgh to Dundee line special, though it's certainly an engineering marvel. I'm Mr. Bush, son of Sir Thomas Bush, and you are?" I introduced myself automatically, still trying to process what was happening. This had to be an elaborate prank or some weird tourist experience I'd unknowingly purchased. But why couldn't I remember boarding this old-fashioned train? And where was my modern carriage, my fellow contemporary travelers? "Mr. Bush," I said carefully, "can you tell me what date it is today?" He looked at me like I was mad. "It's the 28th of December, sir. Are you quite well?" "And the year?" I pressed. Instead of answering, Mr. Bush turned away, suddenly fascinated by the window beside him. Outside, I could see nothing but darkness and the occasional flash of light. Lightning? Was there a storm? The train seemed to be picking up speed, the rhythmic clacking growing faster, more urgent. I noticed that many of the passengers were clutching what looked like prayer books. Some were whispering under their breath, eyes closed. Others kept glancing nervously at the windows. I stood up, needing to find a conductor, someone who could explain what was happening. As I moved down the aisle, no one made eye contact with me. It was like I was a ghost passing through their world. The carriage swayed violently, and I had to grab onto the backs of seats to keep from falling. At the end of the carriage, I tried to open the door to the next car, but it was locked or jammed. Through the small window, I could see another carriage, equally filled with Victorian-dressed passengers, all with the same grim expressions. The train lurched again, and I stumbled back to my seat. The storm outside was getting worse. I could hear the wind howling now, a terrible banshee wail that seemed to envelope the entire train. "We're crossing the bridge now," Mr. Bush said quietly when I returned. His face had gone completely white. "God help us all." A bridge? I tried to remember the route from Edinburgh to Dundee. Yes, there was a bridge, the Tay Rail Bridge that crossed the Firth of Tay. But why would crossing a bridge cause such terror? The train slowed dramatically as we entered the bridge. The howling of the wind grew even louder, and now I could feel the entire carriage swaying side to side. Not the normal motion of a train, but something much more violent, as if the very structure beneath us was moving. A woman across the aisle began to weep openly, clutching her young daughter to her chest. The girl, no more than 7 or 8, stared at me with wide, knowing eyes, like she understood something terrible that I didn't. "It's happening again," she said clearly, her voice cutting through the noise of the storm. "We always fall, every time." Before I could ask what she meant, the carriage shuddered violently. Outside the windows, through gaps in the darkness, I could see the angry, churning water of the Firth far below us. We were high up, suspended above the water on what must have been the bridge. Suddenly, people began to panic. A man near the front of the carriage started screaming about the bridge swaying too much. Two young men smashed a window with their suitcase and began climbing out. Several passengers dropped to their knees in prayer. Mr. Bush grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in with surprising strength. "It won't matter what we do," he said, his voice oddly calm now. "We all die tonight. We died long ago." The train gave an enormous jolt, like it had hit something or derailed. I was thrown from my seat, crashing into the aisle. Around me, people were screaming, praying, some trying desperately to open windows or doors. I managed to pull myself up using a seat back and looked out the window. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. The bridge, or what I could see of it through the storm, was collapsing. Huge iron girders were twisting and snapping like twigs, and we were tilting, the entire train tilting, as the track beneath us gave way. "We're going to fall," someone shrieked. The next few seconds stretched into an eternity. The train tipped further and further until we were almost vertical. I was hanging onto a seat, my feet dangling in the air. Below me, or what had been below me, passengers who hadn't found something to hold were sliding down toward the front of the carriage, their screams mixing with the howl of the wind and the shriek of twisting metal. Then we were falling. The sensation is impossible to describe accurately. It wasn't like a roller coaster drop or even jumping from a high place. It was a terrible, sickening plummet. My stomach trying to escape through my throat, my brain unable to process what was happening. We hit the water with a crash that seemed to break every bone in my body. The impact knocked what little breath I had out of my lungs. Ice-cold water immediately began pouring into the carriage through shattered windows and twisted metal seams. The carriage was sinking rapidly. In the dim, flickering light of the few remaining lamps, I saw people thrashing in the rising water, trying desperately to find a way out. Mr. Bush floated past me, face down, already still. The water reached my chest, then my neck. It was so cold it burned, like being stabbed with 1,000 icy needles. I tried to swim toward a window, but my limbs wouldn't respond properly. The water kept rising. When it covered my mouth, I held my breath, fighting against the primal urge to gasp, but I couldn't hold out for long. My lungs were screaming for air, my vision starting to go dark around the edges. Finally, I couldn't fight it anymore. I gasped, and the water rushed in. The sensation of drowning is, I can't. It's beyond words. The burn as water filled my lungs. The panic, the certainty that this was the end. Darkness closed in from all sides, and my last thought was that I was dying among strangers in a place I didn't understand. Then suddenly, violently, I was awake. I jerked upright in my seat, my normal modern train seat. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Outside the window it was dark, but there was no storm, just the occasional lights of buildings passing by. I gasped for air, my hands flying to my throat. My clothes were completely dry. My book lay on the seat beside me, just as I'd left it. A few other passengers sat scattered throughout the carriage, all in normal 21st century clothing, most looking at phones or tablets. My watch read 7:13 p.m. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Had it been a dream? It felt too real, too vivid. I could still taste the river water in my mouth, still feel the cold burn in my lungs. Approaching Dundee Station. "Please gather your belongings," announced the conductor over the PA system. I stumbled off the train at Dundee in a daze, half expecting to see Victorian ghosts wandering the platform, but everything was normal, just a regular Scottish train station on a winter evening. Still shaken, I decided to skip Glamis Castle and find a pub instead. I needed a drink, or several, to calm my nerves. As I exited the station, something caught my eye. A small plaque on the wall near the exit. I moved closer to read it and felt the blood drain from my face. In memory of the 75 souls lost in the Tay Bridge disaster of December 28, 1879, when the Edinburgh to Dundee train plunged into the Firth of Tay at 7:13 p.m. during a terrible storm, there were no survivors. December 28, 7:13 p.m. Exactly 126 years ago to the day, to the minute. I've spent the last 3 days researching the disaster obsessively. The high winds that night caused the central section of the bridge to collapse while a train was crossing. It fell into the Firth, killing everyone aboard. Among the victims listed, a Mr. Harold Bush, son of Sir Thomas Bush, a well-known Edinburgh businessman. I don't know what happened to me on that train. Was it a vision, some kind of temporal slip, or do those poor souls relive their final moments every year on the anniversary of their deaths, pulling unwitting travelers like me into their nightmare? All I know is that every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, feeling the water fill my lungs as the darkness closes in. I don't know if I'll ever sleep properly again. Story 13. I don't usually share this stuff online, but after what happened last October, I haven't been able to sleep right. Maybe writing it out will help. I've been driving trucks for almost 23 years now, seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, weird hitchhikers, animals you wouldn't believe, but nothing prepared me for what happened at that truck stop. It was around 11:30 at night, and I'd been driving since 5 that morning. My eyes were burning, my back was killing me, and I still had about 4 hours to go before reaching Flagstaff with my load. The company always pushes these ridiculous deadlines, but I was hitting my limit. When I spotted the lights of a truck stop glowing in the distance off I-40, I decided my delivery could wait till morning. Safety first, right? That's what I keep telling my dispatcher anyway. The place looked normal enough from the highway. One of those independent stops with a diner attached, not one of the big chains. What struck me as odd, though, was how empty the lot was. Usually these places have at least 10 or 15 rigs parked up, drivers sleeping or grabbing food. This one had maybe 3 trucks scattered across the massive lot, which should have been my first warning. I pulled in, parked my Peterbilt near the edge of the lot where it was darker and quieter, and shut off the engine. The silence hit me immediately. No distant highway noise, no sound of other idling trucks, nothing but the buzz of the flickering neon sign that read Desert Star Truck Stop. Part of the S in Star wasn't lighting up properly, making it flicker like it was winking at me. My stomach was growling, so I figured I'd grab some food before turning in. The diner portion was almost entirely empty except for one skinny guy hunched over a coffee at the counter. He had this leathery, sun-damaged face with deep creases, like he'd spent his whole life squinting into the sun. The waitress behind the counter looked about 50-something, with dyed blonde hair pulled back and dark circles under her eyes that told me she'd been working doubles. "Coffee, hun?" she asked when I sat down at the counter, 3 stools away from the other driver. "Coffee and whatever's hot," I said, rubbing my face. "Been driving since dawn." She nodded like she'd heard it 1,000 times and poured me a cup of coffee that looked like it had been sitting there since morning. I didn't care. Caffeine was caffeine. The other driver kept glancing over at me while I waited for my food. Finally, he slid over to the stool next to mine. "Heading east or west?" he asked, his voice raspy like he'd smoked 3 packs a day for 30 years. "West," I answered. "Got a delivery in Flagstaff by tomorrow afternoon." He nodded slowly, taking a sip of his coffee. "Name's Bill. Been driving this stretch for almost 30 years. I introduced myself and we made the usual trucker small talk. Routes, companies, the increasing bullshit of electronic logging. The waitress, Linda, according to her name tag, brought me a plate of meatloaf that looked questionable but smelled decent enough. Bill lowered his voice after Linda walked away. "You planning on sleeping here tonight?" Something about his tone made me pause with my fork halfway to my mouth. "Yeah, why?" He glanced around like he was making sure no one was listening, which was ridiculous since we were practically alone in the place. "This stretch of highway ain't right," he said, leaning closer. Had 3 drivers go missing in the past 2 years, just disappeared. Trucks found abandoned, no trace of the drivers. I snorted. Every region has its trucker ghost stories. It's like a tradition to scare newbies. Let me guess, I said between bites. They all stopped at this exact truck stop. Bill didn't laugh. 2 of them, yeah. Last guy was found though, sort of. Just his clothes and wallet, 10 miles up the road in the desert. No body. I rolled my eyes. Look, I appreciate the entertainment, but I've been driving long enough to know every highway has its stories. Suit yourself, Bill said, sliding off his stool. He tossed some cash on the counter. Just keep your doors locked, and if you hear anything unusual, don't investigate. Just drive away. I watched him leave, shaking my head. Linda refilled my coffee without asking and gave me a tired smile. Don't mind Bill, she said. He likes to tell stories. I finished my meal, paid up, and headed back to my truck. The temperature had dropped significantly, and a cold wind was blowing across the parking lot, making the big sign creak. I climbed up into my cab, locked the doors, I always do, ghost stories or not, and settled into my bunk in the sleeper. I didn't even bother undressing beyond kicking off my boots. I was too damn tired. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't fall asleep right away. Bill's story kept playing in my head, and the unusual emptiness of the truck stop was bothering me more than it should have. The wind had picked up, whistling around my truck in a way that sounded almost like whispering. I told myself to stop being an idiot and closed my eyes, determined to get some sleep. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was startled awake by a sound. A tapping, distinct and deliberate, coming from my passenger side window. Tap, tap, tap. My first thought was that it was just the wind blowing something against the truck, but it was too regular, too intentional. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up in my bunk, fully awake now. The digital clock on my dashboard read 3:17 in the morning. The tapping continued. Probably just another driver needing something, I muttered to myself, though I knew that made no sense. Nobody bothers another trucker at this hour unless it's an emergency. I climbed from the sleeper to the driver's seat and peered across toward the passenger window. The lot lights created a glare on the glass, making it hard to see. I leaned closer, squinting, and that's when I saw her, a face pressed against the glass. A young woman, maybe in her 20s, with long dark hair framing a pale face. Our eyes met, and she mouthed something I couldn't understand. My heart nearly stopped. I've picked up hitchhikers before, but nobody should be out here at this hour, especially not a young woman. And there was something else, something wrong about how she looked. Her white dress seemed dirty, with dark stains that looked disturbingly like blood in the dim light. She tapped again, more urgently this time, her eyes wide with fear. She was saying something, but I couldn't hear through the glass. Against my better judgment, I hit the button to lower the passenger window a crack. "Help me," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Please, he's coming back. Let me in." I hesitated. Every instinct told me not to open the door to a stranger in the middle of nowhere at 3 in the morning, but she looked terrified, possibly injured. "Who's after you?" I asked, still not moving to unlock the door. "Please," she begged, tears streaming down her face. "There's no time." I made a decision I still question to this day. I reached over and unlocked the passenger door. "Get in," I said. "I'll take you to the..." The words died in my throat. She was gone, not running away, not hiding, just completely gone, as if she'd never been there at all. The door remained closed, the lock clicking back into place on its own. I sat there, frozen, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was a dream. I pinched myself hard enough to leave a mark, but I was definitely awake. Just as I was about to climb back into my bunk, convinced I was hallucinating from exhaustion, there was another tap, this time on my driver's side window. I jerked my head to the left, and there she was again. Same woman, same terrified expression, but closer now, her face inches from mine with only the glass between us. I could see details I'd missed before. A small scar above her right eyebrow, the dark circles under her eyes, and those stains on her dress. Definitely blood. My hand moved to the window control like it had a mind of its own. I lowered it just an inch. "Don't let him take me," she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. It was cold, too cold for breath. "Please, he's done terrible things." "Who?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "Who's after you?" Her eyes darted to look over her shoulder at something I couldn't see. When she turned back to me, her face had changed. The fear was gone, replaced by an expression of pure horror. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. And then, I swear on everything I believe in, she just dissolved, like smoke being blown away by wind. 1 second she was there, pressed against my window, and the next she was wisps of something that looked like fog, dissipating into the night air. I sat there shaking, unable to process what I'd just seen. This wasn't exhaustion or a dream. This was something else entirely, something impossible. After several minutes of just staring at the empty space where she'd been, I finally got the courage to get out of my truck. The parking lot was silent and empty. The wind had died down completely, making the stillness even more unnerving. I walked around my truck, looking for any sign of the woman, footprints, blood drops, anything. There was nothing, not a single trace that anyone had been there. I stood in that empty lot, the flickering neon casting everything in an eerie red glow, and felt more alone than I ever had in my life. The stories Bill had told me suddenly didn't seem so ridiculous. 3 missing drivers, abandoned trucks, a man's clothes found with no body. I practically dove back into my truck, locked every door, and started the engine. Sleep was out of the question now. I wasn't staying another minute at that truck stop. I pulled out of the lot so fast I nearly sideswiped one of the other parked trucks. As I accelerated onto the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The truck stop lights were growing smaller in the distance when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A figure standing in the middle of the road behind me, growing smaller as I drove away, a woman in white. I hit the gas harder, pushing my rig well beyond the speed limit. I drove straight through to Flagstaff without stopping once, constantly checking my mirrors, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in my cab. It's been almost 6 months now, and I've avoided that stretch of I-40 ever since. I requested routes that take me nowhere near there, even if it means longer hauls. I've researched that truck stop too, found some old news articles about accidents in the area going back decades. One from the 80s mentioned a young woman who was murdered by a trucker. Her body was found 10 miles from the truck stop, buried in the desert. They never caught the guy. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I think I see her in my peripheral vision, sitting in the passenger seat. When I look, there's never anyone there, but the feeling of being watched remains. I don't know what happened that night. Maybe I saw a ghost, maybe I was hallucinating from exhaustion, or maybe there's some rational explanation I haven't figured out yet. What I do know is that I can't sleep with my back to the cab anymore. I'm always waiting for that tap on the window, for that whispered plea for help. And the worst part, I still don't know who he was, the one she was so afraid of. Was it the trucker who killed her, or something else entirely? Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, still hunting, and sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if he saw me that night too. Story 14. I still get chills thinking about this. It's been 7 years, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced I can feel her presence in my room. I'm 22 now, but when I was 15, my whole world revolved around taking care of my dad. Dad was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer when I was 14. By the time I turned 15, the doctors had stopped talking about treatment options and started using phrases like quality of life and palliative care. We both knew what that meant, even though nobody wanted to say it out loud. Taking care of him was the hardest thing I've ever done, not just emotionally, but physically too. See, I have this really bad thing about vomit, like seriously bad. Most people don't like it, but I would literally have panic attacks. The smell, the sound, everything about it would send me into full-on fight or flight mode. And with Dad's cancer and the meds he was on, there was a lot of that. We lived in this old 2-story house in the suburbs of Ridgefield. Nothing fancy, just a simple 3-bedroom place that felt way too big with just the two of us. Mom left when I was 8. Couldn't handle Dad's weird spiritual stuff, as she called it. The thing is, Dad and I both had what he called the gift. We could sense things other people couldn't. Sometimes we'd see shadows moving in empty rooms or hear whispers when nobody was there. Dad called us mediums, but we didn't make a big deal out of it. It was just part of who we were. That particular day in October, I'd been at my friend Jess's house studying for a biology test. I remember feeling guilty for being away from Dad, even though our neighbor Mrs. Peterson had checked in on him twice. When I got home around 6 in the evening, the house felt different, colder somehow, even though the heat was on. "Dad!" I called out, dropping my backpack by the door. His voice came from the living room, weaker than usual. "Hey, Em, I'm in here." He was on the couch, looking pale and sweaty. The TV was on mute. Some cooking show he wasn't watching. A half-empty glass of ginger ale sat on the coffee table. "You okay?" I asked, even though it was obvious he wasn't. He gave me that smile he always used when trying to be brave. "Had a rough afternoon. Think I might be sick again soon. Why don't you head upstairs for a bit?" I nodded, relieved and ashamed of my relief at the same time. I grabbed my backpack and went up to my room, put on my headphones and turned the music up loud enough to drown out any sounds from downstairs. I tried to focus on my biology notes, but kept glancing at my phone, wondering if I should text Mrs. Peterson to come back over. About 20 minutes later, I took off my headphones to check if Dad needed anything. That's when I heard it. His voice, but not like he was calling for me, more like he was having a conversation. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence of his speech, the way it would rise and fall like he was talking to someone, but Dad was supposed to be alone. I crept to the top of the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Dad," I called down. "You need something?" Silence for a few seconds, then, "Emma, can you come down here for a second?" Something in his voice made my skin crawl. It wasn't fear exactly, more like confusion. I went downstairs slowly, one hand trailing along the wall for support. When I reached the living room, Dad was sitting up straighter than before, staring at me with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked. He shook his head slowly. "You just came downstairs about 5 minutes ago." "No, I didn't. I've been in my room the whole time." Dad's face went even paler. "Emma, I saw you. You walked from the stairs to the bathroom. I was on my way to the kitchen and saw you clear as day." A cold feeling spread through my chest. "That wasn't me, Dad." He swallowed hard, then nodded. "She's back." I didn't need to ask who she was. We'd seen her before, one of 2 female spirits that seemed to live in our house. One was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, with blonde pigtails and a blue dress. She was sweet, always bringing a sense of calm when she appeared. The other was a woman in her 20s with dark hair and a mean streak. Things would go missing when she was around. Doors would slam. Once all the pictures in the hallway turned upside down overnight. "Which one?" I whispered, though I already knew the answer. "The little girl didn't cause trouble." "The dark-haired one," Dad confirmed. "She looked just like you, Em. Same height, same build. If I hadn't seen your face just now, I'd have sworn it was you." I sat down on the edge of the coffee table, my legs suddenly too weak to hold me up. "What do you think she wants?" Dad shrugged, then winced as the movement caused him pain. "Who knows? Maybe she's just—" He broke off suddenly, his face contorting. "Dad? What is it?" "Pain," he gasped, clutching his stomach. "Bad one." I reached for his pain meds on the side table, but he shook his head. "Already took them an hour ago. Can't have more yet." He gripped my hand so tight his knuckles went white. "Just sit with me, okay?" I nodded, fighting back tears. This was the worst part, watching him suffer and not being able to do anything about it. I put my hand on his leg, hoping the touch would provide some comfort. That's when I saw her. She walked in from the kitchen like she owned the place. Not the dark-haired woman this time. but the little girl in the blue dress. She moved differently than I remembered, more purposeful, less like the playful child we'd glimpsed before. She stopped at the edge of the couch and looked at me, her face serious. "Dad," I whispered, "do you see her?" Dad's eyes were squeezed shut in pain, but he nodded slightly. "The little one?" "Yeah." The girl smiled at me, not a childish grin, but something older, wiser. Then she turned to Dad and her expression changed to one of sympathy. She walked to his side and stared down at my hand on his leg. I was frozen, unable to move or speak, as she reached out and gently moved my hand aside. She placed her own small hand where mine had been. Dad's eyes flew open. He stared at his leg, then at me, then back at his leg. "It's gone," he whispered. "What's gone?" "The pain. It's just gone." Like someone pushed a magical button. The little girl smiled again, then slowly faded away until there was nothing left but a slight shimmer in the air where she had stood. Dad let out a long, shaky breath. "Well, that's new." From that day on, the little girl appeared whenever Dad was in pain. We never knew when she would show up. Sometimes days would pass without a glimpse of her, but during his worst episodes, she'd be there, touching his hand or his forehead or his chest, and the pain would vanish instantly. Dad started calling her his guardian angel. The dark-haired woman still made appearances too, but less frequently. Objects would move in the night, or we'd hear footsteps in empty rooms, but nothing serious. As Dad got sicker, the little girl stayed longer. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see her sitting by his bed watching over him. She never acknowledged me during these times, focused entirely on Dad. The night Dad died, I was alone with him. The hospice nurse had stepped out to give us privacy. He was barely conscious, his breathing shallow and irregular. I was holding his hand, telling him it was okay to let go, that I would be all right, even though I wasn't sure I would be. The little girl appeared at the foot of the bed. She looked at me with those ancient eyes in her child's face, then moved to Dad's side. She put her hand on his chest, right over his heart. Dad took one deep, clear breath, then exhaled slowly. And that was it. He was gone. The little girl stayed for a moment longer, her hand still on Dad's chest. Then she turned to me, and for the first time since that day in October, she spoke. "He's not in pain anymore," she said, her voice both childlike and ageless at the same time. Then she vanished. I moved in with my aunt after Dad died. I couldn't bear to stay in that house alone. But a year later, I had to go back to pick up some paperwork the new owners had found in the attic. As I stood on the sidewalk looking up at my old bedroom window, I saw her. Not the little girl this time, but the dark-haired woman. She was staring down at me, and for the first time, I could see her face clearly. It was older, more mature, but unmistakably the same as the little girl's. They weren't two different spirits. They were the same entity, showing herself in different forms. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I don't know why she chose to appear as a child to help Dad and as a woman to cause chaos, but in that moment, I understood that she had been with us all along, in both forms. She raised her hand in what might have been a wave or a warning, then stepped back from the window and disappeared. I've never been back to that house since. I don't know if the new owners have seen her or if she left when we did, but sometimes when I'm sick or in pain, I swear I can feel a small hand on my forehead, cool and comforting. And then, just like with Dad, the pain simply stops. Story 15. I've been putting off writing about this for years. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type. I'm not sure if sharing this will help me process what happened or just bring it all back, but I need to tell someone who might understand. We moved into Thornwood Manor, not the real name, but close enough, in the summer of 2011. It wasn't some ancient, creaky mansion like the name suggests, just a spacious suburban two-story in a nice neighborhood about 30 minutes outside of Boston. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, a finished basement, and a decent backyard. My parents, Richard and Linda, my younger sister Emma, and I were so excited. It was the biggest place we'd ever lived, and after years of apartment living, it felt like a dream. My grandfather had helped with the down payment before he passed away that spring. The house was kind of a tribute to him in a way. Mom kept saying how happy he would have been to see us there, with room for everyone and in a good school district. We even put his old recliner in the living room, like keeping a piece of him with us. The first month was completely normal. We unpacked, got settled, and I started at my new high school. Emma was 12 then, and she made friends with the neighbors' kids right away. Dad had a shorter commute to work, and Mom was fixing up the place room by room. We even adopted a black lab mix named Buddy from the local shelter. Then things changed. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when, but it was about a month after we moved in, so about 2 months after Grandpa died. The first incident happened on a Wednesday night. We'd just finished dinner, and I was helping Mum with the dishes while Dad and Emma were watching TV in the living room. Buddy had been sleeping under the dining table, but suddenly he jerked awake, ears perked up, staring intently down the hallway toward the front door. "What is it, boy?" I remember asking, thinking maybe he needed to go out. But Buddy didn't react to my voice. He just stood there, completely rigid, growling low in his throat. His hackles were raised, and I swear every muscle in his body was tense. Mom noticed too and called Dad over. We all watched as Buddy started barking frantically at absolutely nothing. Dad checked the hallway, but there was nothing there. We tried to calm Buddy down, but he kept barking and growling for almost 10 minutes before finally settling down. We laughed it off, saying he probably heard a squirrel outside or something. But then, as we were all heading back to what we were doing, we heard it, the front door lock rattling, not from outside, like someone was trying to get in, but from the inside, like someone was trying to get out. Dad went to check, thinking maybe the wind had somehow caused it, but the door was completely secure. All the windows were closed. There was no explanation. That same night, around 11 p.m., I was in my bedroom doing homework when I heard heavy footsteps upstairs. My room was on the main floor, and the only things above me were my parents' bedroom, Emma's room, and the guest room. I texted Emma, asking if she was still up, but she replied that she was already in bed reading. I went to check on my parents, but they were both in the living room watching the news. The footsteps continued for about 5 minutes. Slow, deliberate steps that crossed from the guest room to my parents' room and back again. I called Dad upstairs to listen, and he heard them too. He checked all the rooms, but there was nothing out of place, no sign anyone had been there. Probably just the house settling, he said, but I could tell by his face that he didn't believe that any more than I did. For the next few days, things were quiet. Then it started again. Dad would wake up in the middle of the night and ask Mom if she was walking around. She wasn't. He'd ask me and Emma at breakfast if either of us had been up during the night. We hadn't. The footsteps continued for 4 days straight, always between 2 and 4 in the morning, and then they stopped completely. We almost convinced ourselves it was just the quirks of a new house, the wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. Almost. Then things started disappearing. Small things at first, a bar of soap from the bathroom, a screwdriver from Dad's toolbox, a ball of yarn from Mum's knitting basket. We'd search everywhere, accuse each other of misplacing them, and then weeks later the items would reappear in completely nonsensical places. The soap turned up in the pocket of my winter coat hanging in the back of my closet. The screwdriver was found perfectly balanced on top of the living room curtain rod. The yarn showed up inside a sealed container of rice in the pantry. Dad started keeping a log of the missing items and where they eventually turned up. It was bizarre enough that he actually called a locksmith to check all our doors and windows, thinking someone might be breaking in. The locksmith found nothing wrong, and we installed a security system the following week. It didn't help. The cameras never caught anything unusual, but things kept moving, and the footsteps would return periodically. Sometimes we'd hear them every night for a week. Sometimes we'd go a month without any strange occurrences. I remember one night in particular. It was a Friday in November, about 5 months after we'd moved in. I was alone downstairs, watching TV late, around midnight. Everyone else had gone to bed. Buddy was with me, curled up on the couch. The house was dark except for the glow from the television. During a quiet moment in the show, I heard a floorboard creak in the dining room. Buddy's head shot up and he started that low growl again. I muted the TV and listened. Another creak, closer this time. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe Mom or Emma had come downstairs for a snack. No response. I reached over and turned on the lamp next to the couch. The light spilled into the room, but the dining room beyond remained dark. Buddy jumped off the couch and stood at the edge of the living room, barking at the darkness. I was too scared to move, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the darkness of the dining room. At first, I thought it was Dad, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized this figure was much taller. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling. It was just a dark silhouette, impossibly thin, standing completely still. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at it while Buddy barked frantically. The figure didn't move toward me or away. It just stood there, watching. I don't know how long we stayed like that, frozen in a terrifying standoff. Then Buddy suddenly yelped like he'd been hurt and ran upstairs. When I looked back at the dining room, the figure was gone. I ran upstairs so fast I tripped twice. I burst into my parents' room, hyperventilating and crying. They both woke up immediately, alarmed by my state. When I managed to tell them what I'd seen, Dad grabbed his baseball bat and went downstairs to check. Mom called the police while I sat huddled on their bed, shaking uncontrollably. The police found nothing, no signs of a break-in, no evidence anyone had been in the house. They suggested I might have been half asleep and dreamed it, or that shadows from passing cars could have created the illusion of a figure. I knew better, but I let them believe I was convinced. After that night, the atmosphere in the house changed. It wasn't just strange occurrences anymore. There was a heaviness, a constant feeling of being watched. We all felt it, though we rarely talked about it directly. Mom would say the house felt stuffy and open windows even on cold days. Dad started coming home from work later and later. Emma asked to have sleepovers at friends' houses more often than she invited friends over. We tried to rationalize what was happening. Mom suggested it might be Grandpa watching over us from beyond. "Maybe he's just checking on us," she'd say with a brittle smile, "making sure we're enjoying the house he helped us get." But it didn't feel like Grandpa. It didn't feel like love or protection. It felt malicious, like whatever was in our house was deliberately toying with us, enjoying our confusion and fear. The incidents escalated. Doors would slam shut when there was no draft. Electronics would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night. The TV, the blender, the vacuum cleaner. Once, all the framed photos in the hallway were turned to face the wall overnight. We eventually talked to a priest who blessed the house. We consulted a medium who claimed to sense multiple spirits but couldn't explain the phenomena we were experiencing. We even had a paranormal investigation team come in, but their equipment malfunctioned constantly, and they left with no conclusive evidence. The worst night came almost exactly 1 year after we moved in. We were all home for dinner, a rare occurrence by then, as we'd all found reasons to be away from the house as much as possible. Halfway through the meal, all the lights went out. Dad went to check the breaker box, and we heard him call from the basement that all the switches were still on. As he was coming back upstairs, we heard footsteps above us, heavy, deliberate steps crossing from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. Back and forth, and then, simultaneously, every door in the house slammed shut with such force that the walls shook. Buddy started howling, not barking, but a mournful, terrified howl I'd never heard from him before. And then the whispering started. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The walls, the ceiling, right behind our ears. Not words exactly, but sounds that almost formed words, like someone speaking just below the threshold of understanding. Emma started sobbing, and Mom held her close, whispering prayers under her breath. The temperature in the dining room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The chandelier above the table began to sway slightly, though there was no breeze, and then one by one the plates on the table slid to the edge and crashed to the floor. We ran. We didn't take anything, didn't stop to grab coats or phones or wallets. We just ran out the front door to the car and drove to a hotel. We stayed there for 3 days before Dad went back to the house alone to get some of our things. He said everything was normal. No cold spots, no noises, nothing out of place except the broken dishes we'd left behind. We moved out 2 months later. We never told the new owners what happened. Sometimes I feel guilty about that, but what could we have said that wouldn't have sounded completely insane? To this day, I don't know what was in that house. Was it Grandpa, somehow changed by death into something unrecognizable? Was it something that had always been there waiting for a family to torment, or was it something that followed us there, attached to us rather than the house? I still have nightmares about that tall figure standing in the darkness. I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear footsteps overhead, even though I live in a one-story apartment now. And I still can't explain why, out of all the missing items that reappeared in strange places, we never found Grandpa's wedding ring, the one thing of his that had disappeared from Mom's jewelry box during our time at Thornwood Manor. Story 16. I've been a police officer for 7 years now. I've seen a lot of messed up stuff. Car accidents, domestic violence calls that turn your stomach, even a few homicides. But nothing, and I mean nothing, has ever shaken me like what happened last Thursday night at the old Hillcrest police station. For context, I'm Officer Sarah Mitchell, 32 years old, working patrol in a mid-sized city. I've always been the skeptical type. Ghost stories, paranormal stuff. I never bought into any of it. My colleagues used to joke about the old Hillcrest station being haunted, but I always rolled my eyes. The station was decommissioned about 15 years ago when they built the new facility downtown. It's this massive brick building from the 1940s, all-imposing architecture with these tall windows that look like they're watching you. Anyway, last Thursday I was working a night shift. It was around 11:30 at night, pretty quiet overall. I'd just finished up a routine traffic stop when dispatch called in a report of suspicious activity at the old Hillcrest building. Apparently, a passerby had seen flashlight beams moving inside and called it in. Standard stuff, probably just some teenagers looking for a thrill or homeless people seeking shelter. I radioed in that I'd check it out, figuring it would be a quick stop. When I pulled up to the building, the street was completely deserted. There's something about that old station at night. It just looms there, this dark mass against the sky. The fence around the property is usually padlocked, but as I shined my flashlight toward the gate, I could see it was hanging open. That was the first red flag. I called in my position and mentioned the open gate. Dispatch confirmed they'd send backup, but they were stretched thin with a multi-car accident across town, so it might be 20 minutes. I decided to secure the perimeter while waiting. As I approached the main entrance, the hairs on my arms stood up. The front door was slightly ajar, just a couple inches, but enough to be noticeable. I announced myself. "Police officer, anyone inside needs to come out now." But there was no response, just the sound of my voice echoing back at me. Looking back, I should have waited for backup, but 7 years of routine calls makes you complacent. I drew my weapon, pushed the door open with my foot, and stepped inside. The smell hit me first, musty, damp, with something underneath I couldn't quite place. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. The lobby was empty except for an old reception desk, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. No footprints disturbed it, which was weird if someone had just broken in. That's when I heard it, a faint but distinct tapping sound coming from somewhere deeper in the building. Tap, 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 in a steady rhythm. It sounded mechanical, not like footsteps. I followed the sound, moving down the main hallway. The beam of my flashlight swept across peeling paint and water stains on the ceiling. Old bulletin boards still hung on the walls, with faded yellowed papers pinned to them. I passed what had been the break room, the old filing room, and several offices. The tapping grew louder as I approached the back of the building, where the interrogation rooms were located. It was definitely coming from interrogation room 3. I remember the number specifically because the metal 3 was hanging loose, attached by just one screw. I paused outside the door, listening. The tapping continued, steady and rhythmic. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was small, with a metal table bolted to the floor and a single chair, and there, sitting on the table, was an old reel-to-reel tape recorder. It was running, the reels spinning slowly, creating that tapping sound as the tape passed through. I just stood there for a moment, confused. How was this thing even working? The building had no power. It had been disconnected years ago, yet here was this tape recorder, functioning as if someone had just turned it on. I approached it cautiously. The tape was mostly blank, but occasionally there would be a burst of static, creating that tapping sound I'd heard. I reached out and pressed the stop button. The reels slowed and then stopped completely. That's when the overhead lights flickered. Just for a second, a brief surge of electricity that shouldn't have been possible. And in that flash of light, I saw that the walls of the interrogation room weren't empty as I'd thought. They were covered in writing, hundreds, maybe thousands of words scratched into the paint and plaster. I couldn't make out what they said in that brief moment. Then came the voice. "Help me." It was right behind me, a desperate whisper so close I could almost feel breath on my neck. I spun around, weapon raised, heart pounding, but there was nobody there. The room was empty except for me and that impossible tape recorder. I backed toward the door, keeping my weapon raised, scanning every corner of the room. That's when I caught movement in my peripheral vision, a dark figure at the end of the hallway outside the room. It was just a silhouette, motionless, watching me from about 30 feet away. I raised my flashlight, but as the beam hit where the figure had been, there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. "Police officer," I shouted, my voice cracking slightly. "Identify yourself." No response, just silence. Then the whispering started again, not from one location, but seemingly from everywhere at once. "Help me. Please help me. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran. I'm trained to handle dangerous situations, but this was something else entirely. I sprinted back down that hallway, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the walls. The whispers followed me, growing more desperate, more numerous, as if multiple voices were calling out at once. As I reached the lobby, I heard a loud slam behind me, like every door in the building closing at once. I didn't look back, just pushed through the front entrance and out into the cool night air. I was standing there trying to catch my breath when my backup finally arrived. Officer Davis, an older guy I've worked with for years. He found me leaning against my patrol car, still visibly shaken. "Mitchell, you okay?" he asked, approaching with his flashlight. "What happened?" I tried to explain what I'd seen and heard inside, including the functioning tape recorder. Davis gave me a skeptical look. "That's impossible," he said. "That building's been without power for 15 years. Nothing in there could be running." "I know what I saw, Davis," I insisted. "That tape recorder was working, and something in there, something was talking to me." Davis insisted we check it out together. I didn't want to go back in, but professional pride wouldn't let me refuse. We entered the building, Davis leading the way this time. The building was completely silent now. No tapping, no whispers. We made our way to interrogation room 3, and when Davis pushed open the door, the room was empty. No tape recorder on the table, no writing on the walls. "There was a tape recorder right there," I said, pointing to the table. "It was running when I found it." Davis swept his flashlight around the room. "There's nothing here, Mitchell. Place is completely empty. We did a thorough sweep of the entire building but found nothing unusual. No signs of entry besides the open gate and door. No evidence anyone had been there recently." Davis suggested I might have been hearing things, maybe letting the old ghost stories get to me. I know what I experienced was real, but I let it drop. We locked up the building and left, filing a report about a false alarm. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those whispers again. "Help me, please help me." I kept seeing that shadowy figure at the end of the hallway. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water from the kitchen. As I flipped on the light, I noticed something on my kitchen table that made my blood run cold. There, sitting in the center of the table, was an old tape, the kind used in reel-to-reel recorders. I don't own a tape recorder. I've never owned one. There's no way that tape should have been in my apartment. I picked it up with trembling hands. Written on the label in faded ink was a single word: evidence. I dropped the tape like it had burned me. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my living room with all the lights on, my service weapon in my lap. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face going back to work, couldn't face the possibility of getting another call to Hillcrest. The tape was still on my kitchen floor where I'd dropped it. I picked it up and put it in a plastic bag, not sure what to do with it. I still have it. I haven't found the courage to try to play it. I'm afraid of what I might hear. I've tried researching the history of Hillcrest Station, looking for any clues about what I experienced. All I've found are vague references to an internal affairs investigation in the late 1980s, something about evidence tampering and a detective who went missing. The details are frustratingly sparse. It's been almost a week now. I've gone back to work, but I've swapped shifts with another officer to avoid night duty for a while. I haven't told anyone else what happened. They'd think I was losing it. Maybe I am, but one thing keeps bothering me. When I got home that night before finding the tape, I took a shower to try to calm my nerves. As I was toweling off, I noticed something in the mirror, a bruise on my right shoulder that I couldn't explain. It was in the shape of a handprint, as if someone had grabbed me from behind. The bruise has faded now, but I still catch myself looking over my shoulder constantly. I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that whispered, "Help me," coming from somewhere in my apartment. I don't know what happened at Hillcrest Station that night. I don't know who, or what, was asking for help. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever was there has followed me home. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can hear that faint tapping sound again, like an old tape recorder running in another room. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've replayed it over and over in my head for weeks now, trying to make sense of it all, but nothing about it makes logical sense. I'm hoping maybe writing it down will help me process it, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. It was supposed to be a simple 6-hour drive to my girlfriend Jessica's parents' place for Thanksgiving. We left early afternoon on Wednesday, figuring we'd get there before dark. Everything was normal for the first 3 hours. We were laughing, listening to podcasts, making good time on the highway. Then we hit that detour. Some kind of accident had closed the main road, and they were directing all traffic onto this narrow county road. The GPS recalculated, showing it would add maybe 45 minutes to our trip. No big deal, we thought. But about 20 minutes after taking the detour, I noticed the fog starting to roll in, just patches at first, nothing serious. Jessica was napping in the passenger seat. I remember checking the time. It was around 4:30 in the afternoon, still plenty of daylight left. The fog kept getting thicker though, like unnaturally thick. I had to slow down to maybe 20 miles per hour, and even then I was struggling to see more than 10 feet ahead. The road had turned into this winding path through hills I didn't know existed in this part of the state. The worst part was realizing we were climbing higher in elevation, which made no sense given where we were supposed to be headed. Jessica woke up around 5. Disoriented by how dark it had gotten with the fog. "Where are we?" she asked, immediately reaching for her phone. "Honestly, I'm not sure anymore," I told her. The GPS lost signal about 15 minutes ago. She tried pulling up maps on her phone, but she had no service either. That's when I first felt that knot in my stomach, that sense that something wasn't right. The sign back there said, "Amber Ridge," I said. "Does that sound familiar to you?" Jessica shook her head. She tried another map app, but nothing was loading. "This road isn't even showing up on the offline maps," she said, her voice tense. "Ben, I don't like this." I didn't either, but what choice did we have? There was nowhere to turn around. The road was narrow with steep drops on one side and a rock face on the other. The fog was so thick now that I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead, and it was getting darker by the minute. We drove for another hour, going maybe 10 miles in total. The road kept twisting and turning, sometimes doubling back on itself. It felt like we were going in circles, but the elevation kept changing, so I knew we weren't. Jessica tried calling her parents, but the call wouldn't connect. We were completely cut off. By 6:30, it was fully dark, and I was running on pure anxiety. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel, and my back was cramping from leaning forward, straining to see through the fog. The headlights just reflected back at us, making it even harder to navigate. "We need to stop," Jessica finally said. "This is too dangerous. We can try again in the morning when the fog lifts." I hated the idea of stopping in the middle of nowhere, but she was right. I was exhausted, and driving in these conditions was getting more treacherous by the minute. That's when we saw it, a dim light off to the right, barely visible through the fog. As we got closer, I could make out the outline of a building set back from the road. An old wooden sign hung from a post, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel inside the car. The faded lettering read, "Amber Ridge Inn." I pulled into what must have once been a parking area, now overgrown with weeds that brushed against the undercarriage of my car. The building was a large two-story house, Victorian style, with a wraparound porch and dark windows. It looked abandoned, paint peeling, a few broken windows, debris scattered across the porch. "No way are we going in there," Jessica said immediately. No argument from me, I agreed, putting the car in park but keeping the engine running. "We'll just sleep in the car until morning." We reclined our seats as far as they would go, which wasn't much. I switched off the headlights but kept the car running for heat. The digital clock on the dashboard read 7:15. I remember thinking that in 12 hours it would be light again and we could figure out where we were and how to get back on track. I don't know exactly when I fell asleep, but I know exactly what woke me up. A tapping sound, light but persistent, on the driver's side window. I jolted awake, my heart immediately pounding. The car was cold. The engine had died. The dashboard clock was blank. Jessica was still asleep beside me. The tapping came again, 3 distinct taps. I turned slowly toward the window, but couldn't see anything through the condensation and fog that had settled on the glass. I hesitated, then wiped a small circle clear with my sleeve. There was nothing there, just swirling fog, illuminated faintly by the moon that must have been somewhere above us. The tapping stopped, replaced by something worse. A slow, deliberate scraping sound like nails dragging across the glass. It moved from my window to the back of the car, then to Jessica's side. "Jess," I whispered urgently, reaching over to shake her. "Jess, wake up." She stirred, confused. "What's wrong?" "Listen." The scraping continued, now moving back toward my side of the car. Jessica's eyes widened as she heard it. "What is that?" she hissed. "I don't know. The car died while we were sleeping." I tried the key. The dashboard lights flickered weakly, but the engine didn't even click. Dead battery. But the car was only 3 years old, and I'd never had problems with it. The scraping stopped suddenly. We sat in silence for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, with a force that made us both scream, something slammed against the roof of the car. "We need to get out of here," Jessica said, her voice shaking. "And go where?" I gestured at the darkness outside. Another slam on the roof, hard enough to dent the metal inward slightly. Then another. "The inn," Jessica said, grabbing her phone and the small emergency flashlight we kept in the glove compartment. "It's our only option." I didn't want to leave the relative safety of the car, but whatever was on the roof slammed down again, harder this time, leaving a definite dent in the ceiling just above my head. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. "On 3, I whispered. 1, 2, 3. We flung our doors open simultaneously and ran toward the dark building. I heard something slide off the car roof behind us, followed by a thud on the ground. I didn't look back. We reached the porch, practically falling up the steps. The front door was locked, of course. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and on the third try, it gave way with a splintering crack. We stumbled inside, and I immediately turned to push what was left of the door closed behind us. Jessica aimed her flashlight around what appeared to be a lobby or sitting room, dusty furniture draped with yellowed sheets. The air inside was frigid and smelled of mildew and decay. It wasn't much warmer than outside, but at least we had walls between us and whatever had been on the car. "What the hell was that?" Jessica whispered, her breath visible in the cold air. "I don't know," I said, peering through a crack in the broken door. I couldn't see the car clearly through the fog, but I didn't see any movement either. Jessica's flashlight beam trembled as she moved it across the room. The place looked like it had been abandoned for years. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. "We need to find somewhere more secure," she said. "Somewhere we can barricade ourselves until morning." I nodded, taking out my own phone to use as a light. No signal, of course, but at least the flashlight worked. We moved deeper into the house, past the lobby into what must have been a dining room. Tables and chairs were still set up, as if the place had been abandoned in the middle of business. Some plates and glasses remained on the tables, thick with dust. "This place gives me the creeps," Jessica whispered. "It's like everyone just vanished." We found a hallway leading to what looked like guest rooms. Most of the doors were open, revealing small bedrooms with simple furnishings. All were in the same state of abandoned decay. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffling sound from the end of the hallway. I froze, grabbing Jessica's arm to stop her. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We both pointed our lights toward the sound. At first I saw nothing. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness beyond our light beams, I made out a figure standing at the end of the hallway. Tall and impossibly thin, it stood completely still, just watching us. Jessica's flashlight beam finally reached it, and I felt my blood turn to ice. The figure was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for its body. But it was the face that made my heart stop. Pale, gaunt, with hollow black eyes, and a mouth stretched into an unnatural smile that was too wide for its face. The worst part was how it seemed to shimmer, as if it wasn't entirely solid, like looking at something underwater or through heat waves rising from hot pavement. Jessica screamed. I couldn't even do that. My throat had closed up completely. The figure didn't move, didn't react to the scream at all. It just stood there, smiling that horrible smile. "Run," I finally managed to choke out. We turned and sprinted back the way we'd come. But as we reached the dining room, we both skidded to a halt. There was something, standing in the doorway to the lobby. Another figure, similar to the first but smaller, its head tilted at an impossible angle. We were trapped between them. "This way," Jessica hissed, pulling me toward a door we hadn't tried. It opened into a narrow staircase leading up to the second floor. We took the stairs two at a time, the wood creaking dangerously beneath our feet. At the top was another hallway with more guest rooms. We ducked into the first one, slammed the door shut, and dragged a heavy dresser in front of it. The room was small, with a single bed, a nightstand, and a window overlooking the front of the property. I could just make out my car through the fog, its doors still hanging open. "What are those things?" Jessica's voice was barely audible, her whole body shaking. "I don't know," I said. I don't know what's happening." We both nearly jumped out of our skin when the tapping started again, this time on the window behind us. 3 distinct taps, just like on the car window. I turned slowly. The fog outside the window seemed to have thickened, pressing against the glass like it was a living thing trying to get in. And in the center of the window, where the tapping had come from, I could make out what looked like fingerprints forming in the condensation, as if someone was touching the glass from outside, but we were on the second floor. At the same time, slow footsteps creaked in the hallway outside our room. Steady, deliberate steps coming closer to our door. The fog began seeping in around the edges of the window frame, unnaturally thick and carrying with it an intense cold that seemed to penetrate straight to the bone. It curled along the floor and walls, filling the room with a chill that went beyond physical cold. It felt like despair made tangible. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. The dresser we'd pushed against it began to slide slowly across the floor on its own, the wood screeching against the floorboards. Jessica and I backed up until we hit the wall, huddled together as the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in thick white clouds, and my fingers had gone numb from the cold. The tapping at the window became more insistent, and I could now clearly see handprints forming in the condensation. Too many hands, overlapping each other, pressing against the glass. The dresser continued its inexorable movement away from the door. I could see the doorknob turning slowly. "What do we do?" Jessica whispered, her teeth chattering from fear and cold. I had no answer. We were trapped between whatever was in the hallway and whatever was at the window. The fog had filled half the room now, swirling around our legs like a living thing. The doorknob completed its turn. The door began to open. At the window, one of the panes cracked with a sharp snap. The last thing I remember clearly is Jessica's hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt, and the door opening just enough for me to see that horrible smile in the darkness beyond. Then nothing. Complete blackness. I woke up in my car, in a rest area just off the highway. Jessica was beside me, still asleep. According to the dashboard, it was 6:15 in the morning. My phone showed the same time and full service. According to the GPS, we were only about 30 minutes from the original detour point. There was no fog, no amber ridge, no sign that any of it had happened, except for the deep finger-shaped bruises on Jessica's wrist and mine, exactly where we'd been holding each other's hands, and the small sooty handprints on the inside of all our car windows. I've tried researching Amber Ridge since then. There's no record of it on any map, no history of an inn by that name, nothing. But sometimes, when it's very quiet at night, I still hear that tapping on my window. 3 distinct taps, and I know they're still out there, waiting for us to get lost again. Story 18. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or any of that paranormal stuff. I was always the skeptic in my friend group, the one who'd roll my eyes whenever someone brought up a ghost story or claimed to have seen something supernatural. That all changed one night back in 2002 on what was supposed to be just a fun little excursion to a local legend spot in my hometown. I grew up in a small rural town in New Jersey, not too far from a place locals called Gravity Hill. If you're not familiar with Gravity Hills, they're these optical illusions where it looks like your car is rolling uphill when it's actually going downhill. But of course, no one around here believed it was just an illusion. According to the local legend, cars roll uphill because they're being pushed by the ghosts of people who died in a horrible accident where a train hit a car full of teenagers decades ago. I'd been to Gravity Hill a few times before. It was one of those things you do when you grow up in a boring town. You find places with creepy stories attached to them and dare each other to go there at night. I'd never experienced anything weird there before, just the usual Gravity Hill phenomenon that can be explained by science. This particular night, it was me, Jason, my younger brother Mike, and our friends Dante and Chris in my car. In the car ahead of us were 4 girls we knew from school: Sarah, Kim, Rachel, and Jess. We were all between 18 and 20 years old, just looking for something to do on a boring Friday night in October. I suggested we take the girls to Gravity Hill since a few of them had never been. It was around 10:30 at night when we arrived, and the place was exactly how I remembered it. A quiet, unassuming stretch of rural road with nothing particularly special about it during the day. But at night, with the trees casting shadows and the knowledge of the legend hanging over you, it felt different. We did the typical Gravity Hill ritual, drove to the bottom of the hill, put the cars in neutral, and watched as they seemed to roll uphill. The girls in the car ahead of us were freaking out, half scared and half excited. We could hear them screaming and laughing through our open windows. My brother Mike kept making ghost noises to scare Dante, who was already on edge. After about 20 minutes of messing around, we decided to head back. Instead of going back the way we came, I suggested taking this back road I knew that would eventually connect to the main road. It was a bit longer, but I thought it might be fun to take a different route. The girls' car went first, and I followed a few car lengths behind them. The back road was narrow and winding, with dense woods on either side. There weren't any streetlights, so the only illumination came from our headlights. About 5 minutes down this road, something weird happened. I had a radar detector in my car. Yeah, I was that guy. And it suddenly started going off. This was strange because we were in the middle of nowhere. There shouldn't have been any police around with radar guns. "What the hell?" I said, looking down at the radar detector. Almost immediately after, we heard screaming from the car ahead of us. Not the playful kind from earlier. This was different. Genuine fear. "What's going on?" Mike asked, leaning forward between the front seats. "I don't know," I replied, pressing on the gas a bit to catch up with the girls' car. As we rounded a bend, I saw their brake lights flash on. They were slowing down as they passed this old abandoned farmhouse that stood about 50 yards off the road. I'd passed it before during the day, but never noticed anything special about it. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow in the field next to the farmhouse. It was just standing there, completely still, a dark silhouette against the night sky. But as we got closer, I realized it wasn't a scarecrow at all. It didn't have the right shape. It was too human-like, but also not human at all. "What the fuck is that?" Chris said from the passenger seat, pointing toward the field. Before any of us could answer, the figure, whatever it was, started moving. Not walking, not running. It was like it was gliding over the ground, and it wasn't moving away from us. It was moving toward us. Fast. "Holy shit, Jason, go!" Mike yelled from the back. I pressed harder on the gas, but the figure kept pace with us. It was now alongside my car, maybe 15 feet away, moving parallel to us through the field. The radar detector was going crazy, beeping non-stop. That's when I got my first good look at it, illuminated partially by my headlights. I still struggle to describe it accurately. It was like a shadow, but three-dimensional. It had the general shape of a person: head, torso, arms, legs. But the proportions were wrong. Its arms seemed too long, its head too small for its body, and it moved with this fluid, unnatural motion that no human could replicate. "Roll up the windows," Dante screamed from the back seat. "Roll up the fucking windows." I hadn't even realized the windows were still down. I hit the button to roll them up just as the thing, the entity, whatever it was, stretched an arm toward the car, toward Dante specifically, who was sitting on the side closest to it. Its arm extended much further than should have been possible, like it was made of something that could stretch. I caught a glimpse of what might have been fingers, too many fingers, reaching toward Dante's window just as it rolled up. Mike was cursing non-stop in the back seat. Chris had gone completely silent beside me, frozen in terror. I could see the girl's car ahead of us speeding up too. "What the fuck is happening?" I shouted, pushing my foot all the way down on the accelerator. The speedometer climbed 40, 50, 60 miles per hour on a dark back road that should have been taken at 30 max. It was dangerous as hell, but none of us was thinking about car safety at that moment. The thing kept pace with us, still gliding alongside the car. It didn't seem to be running or exerting any effort. It was just there, keeping up with the car going 60 miles an hour, like it was nothing. Then, the radar detector went silent. At the exact same moment, the entity seemed to fall back, like it had hit some kind of invisible boundary. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone, disappeared into the darkness behind us. None of us dared to suggest slowing down. I kept the car at 60 until we reached a more populated area, following the girl's car the whole way. We finally pulled into the parking lot of a convenience store near a bridge, about 5 miles from Gravity Hill. The girls were already out of their car, huddled together, visibly shaken. As soon as we parked, we all got out too. No one said anything for a solid minute. We just stood there looking at each other, trying to process what had just happened. "Did you see that?" Sarah finally asked, her voice trembling. We all nodded. "What the fuck was that thing?" Kim demanded, looking at me like I'd purposely led them into danger. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I've been to Gravity Hill plenty of times. I've never seen anything like that before." "It was following us," Rachel said. "It was keeping up with the car. That's not possible." Did it reach for anyone else?" Dante asked, his face pale. "It was reaching for me. I swear its arms stretched out like it wasn't human." Jess nodded. "We saw it too. From our car. It was on your side, reaching toward your window. We spent the next hour in that parking lot, comparing notes on what we'd seen. We all described the same thing. A shadowy, humanoid figure that moved unnaturally fast and had stretched its arm toward Dante's window. The radar detector going off. The overwhelming sense of dread. We tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was someone in a costume trying to scare us. But how could a person keep up with a car going 60 miles an hour? Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination. But all 8 of us saw the exact same thing. Eventually, we decided to go home. None of us wanted to be out any longer than necessary. I dropped off Dante and Chris, and then drove Mike and myself home. No one slept well that night. In the days that followed, we researched everything we could about Gravity Hill. We found the usual stories about the car accident and the ghosts that supposedly push vehicles uphill, but nothing about a shadow figure that chases cars. We went back to Gravity Hill during the day about a week later. Safety in numbers, we figured. We drove down that same back road, past the old farmhouse. It looked completely ordinary in the daylight. We even got out and walked around the field where we'd seen the entity. There was nothing unusual about it, just an empty field next to an abandoned house. That was almost 20 years ago now. I've moved away from that town, as have most of the others, but we still keep in touch, and none of us has ever gone back to Gravity Hill at night. I've thought about that night thousands of times since then. I've considered every possible explanation, from the rationale to the absurd. I've wondered if it was mass hysteria, if we all somehow convinced ourselves we saw something that wasn't there. But deep down, I know what I saw, what we all saw. I don't know what that thing was. A ghost, a demon, something else entirely. I don't know why it seemed fixated on Dante specifically. I don't know what would have happened if it had reached him before the window closed. All I know is that something impossible happened that night on a dark back road near Gravity Hill. Something that defied all logical explanation. Something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night and I see movement in my peripheral vision, I can't help but check my mirrors, half expecting to see that shadowy figure gliding alongside my car, its impossibly long arm reaching toward my window. Story 19. I still wake up shaking sometimes. I know it's been years since it happened, decades even, but I can't get over it. I've tried talking to people, but most just stare at me like I've lost my mind. I figured I'd share it here since some of you have had similar experiences. Growing up in rural Peru wasn't easy. We were dirt poor. Not the kind of poor where you skip dessert, the kind where you wonder if you'll eat that day at all. My family lived in a small clearing in the jungle, about 2 hours from the nearest town. This was in the late 70s when much of Peru was still undeveloped. My uncle Mateo had built a makeshift 2-story house near ours. It wasn't much. Concrete blocks for the bottom floor and wooden planks for the top. The upper level didn't even have a proper roof, just some corrugated metal sheets that covered part of it. He raised chickens to sell in the market and kept them in wire cages on that open upper floor. It happened during the rainy season. I was 11 and I was staying with Uncle Mateo to help with the chickens while my parents traveled to Lima to visit my sick grandmother. The first night was ordinary. We ate a simple dinner of rice and beans, and Uncle Mateo told stories about the jungle spirits. He was always talking about weird things that lived in the dense forest around us. I thought they were just stories to scare children away from wandering too far. "Elena," he said, sipping his coca tea, "never go into the jungle alone. There are things out there that hunger for more than just meat." I laughed it off, like I always did. But I wouldn't be laughing the next night. I woke up around midnight to the sound of the chickens going crazy. Their cages were rattling, and they were squawking in panic. At first, I thought it was a jungle cat or maybe a snake. Uncle Mateo was already up, grabbing his flashlight. "Stay here," he whispered, but I was too curious. I followed him up the wooden ladder to the second floor, staying a few steps behind. The moment my head cleared the opening to the second floor, I froze. The flashlight beam caught something I'll never forget. Standing by the chicken cages was, I don't even know how to describe it properly. It looked like a tiny person, maybe 3 feet tall, but all wrong. Its skin was leathery and gray in the flashlight beam, and it had this large, bulbous head with pointy ears. But what I remember most were its hands. They were massive compared to its body, with fingers so long they seemed to stretch unnaturally. They reminded me of tree roots, all gnarled and bony. When the light hit it, the thing turned and hissed. Its eyes reflected the light like a cat's, 2 glowing yellow orbs in the darkness. It was holding one of Uncle Mateo's chickens, already dead, its neck twisted at an impossible angle. Uncle Mateo cursed and stepped forward. The creature dropped the chicken and made this sound, not quite a scream, not quite a laugh, that sent ice through my veins. Then it scurried to the edge of the open-air floor and simply jumped off. We rushed to look, but there was nothing there, just darkness. "What was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. "A duende," he said gravely. "A gnome. They come when people are vulnerable." I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. Uncle Mateo sat in a chair by the ladder with his old hunting rifle across his lap. When morning came, we checked around the house. We found tiny footprints in the mud, leading from the jungle to the house and back again. They looked human, but way too small. Uncle Mateo reinforced the chicken cages that day, adding padlocks. He also hung garlic and crosses around the second floor, folk remedies his grandmother had taught him. "It will come back," he said, matter-of-factly. "They always come back when they find food." I wanted to go home, but my parents weren't due back for 3 more days. I was stuck there. The second night, we went to bed early. Uncle Mateo had positioned his bed near the ladder to the second floor, and I was on a thin mattress nearby. I must have fallen asleep despite my fear, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound from above. Not the chickens this time. They were eerily silent. It was a scraping sound, like nails on wood. Uncle Mateo was already up, his rifle in hand. "Stay here," he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument this time. I heard him climb the ladder, heard the creak of the wooden boards as he moved around upstairs. Then silence. 1 minute passed. 2. I couldn't stand it. I crept to the bottom of the ladder and called up, "Uncle Mateo?" No response. Terrified but unable to just wait, I started climbing. As my head cleared the opening, I saw Uncle Mateo standing stock still, his rifle pointed at nothing. The chickens were untouched in their cages. "Uncle," I whispered. He turned slowly, his face pale in the moonlight streaming through the open ceiling. "It was here. It was trying the locks on the cages." He pointed to the padlocks. They were scratched, as if something had been picking at them with sharp tools. We stayed up there for what felt like hours, searching every corner with the flashlight. We found nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched from the jungle edge. The third night was when everything went to hell. Uncle Mateo decided we would set a trap. He left some chicken feed scattered around the second floor and positioned himself behind some empty crates with his rifle. I begged to stay downstairs, but he said we needed to stick together. We waited for hours. The jungle was loud that night. Insects buzzing, distant howls of animals, the constant drip of water from the earlier rain. It was around midnight when the noises suddenly stopped. Complete silence. Even the insects went quiet. That's when we heard it. A soft, shuffling sound coming up the side of the house, not from the ladder inside, but from the exterior wall. I'll never forget what happened next. Small gnarled fingers appeared over the edge of the floor, then another set, then a third, 3 of them. They pulled themselves up with surprising strength, those long fingers finding easy grip on the rough wood. In the moonlight, they looked even more terrifying than before. Their heads were hairless and mottled, their eyes huge and reflective. They moved like insects, jerky and fast, scurrying on all fours toward the chicken cages. Uncle Mateo jumped up, shouting and pointing his rifle. The creatures froze, then turned toward us. One of them grinned, showing teeth that were needle-sharp and too many to count. It spoke. God help me, it actually spoke. Hambriento, it said in a raspy, high-pitched voice. Hungry. Uncle Mateo fired a warning shot into the air. The sound was deafening in the confined space. The creatures screeched, a sound so high and piercing it felt like needles in my ears. Two of them immediately scrambled back to the edge and disappeared over it. But the third one, the one that had spoken, didn't run. It tilted its head, studying us. Then it started moving toward me. I was frozen with terror. Its movements were all wrong, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, like it was deciding with each step how a human should move. Those long fingers dragged on the floor as it approached. Elena, it said, and hearing my name from that mouth was the most horrifying moment of my life. Elena, tengo hambre. I'm hungry. Uncle Mateo fired again, this time aiming at the creature. Whether he missed on purpose or not, I don't know, but the bullet splintered the floor near its feet. The gnome hissed, then turned and ran, not to the edge where the others had gone, but toward the ladder leading down into the house. It's going inside, I screamed. Uncle Mateo grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the edge of the floor. We have to jump, he yelled. It wasn't a high drop, maybe 10 feet, but it felt like falling forever. We hit the ground hard, and pain shot up through my ankle. Uncle Mateo pulled me to my feet and we ran, not toward our house, but toward the jungle. The truck, he gasped. We need to get to the truck. His old pickup was parked on a dirt path about 50 yards away. We reached it just as we heard screeching from multiple directions. Uncle Mateo fumbled with the keys, finally getting the engine started. As we pulled away, I looked back at the house. They were on the roof now. 5 or 6 of them, their forms silhouetted against the night sky. One raised its long-fingered hand as if waving goodbye. We drove straight to the nearest town and stayed in a cheap hostel until my parents returned. When we went back with my father and 2 other men from the village, the house was a wreck. The chicken cages were torn open, the birds all gone. Tiny handprints covered the walls, and the food in the kitchen had been ransacked. Uncle Mateo never returned to that house. He moved into the town and found work as a mechanic. I never stayed overnight in the jungle again. Years later, when I was in college, I mentioned this story to my roommate. She laughed and said gnomes were European folklore, not Peruvian. But then my father told me something that chilled me all over again. He had his own encounter as a child in Ecuador. Walking to school along a jungle path, he heard a child's voice coming from the bushes. "Help me," it said. "I'm lost and hungry." When he approached, he saw the same type of creature, small, misshapen, with those horrible long fingers. He ran home screaming. His grandfather, my great-grandfather, drove back to the spot with a machete. My father stayed in the truck, but he saw his grandfather disappear into the bushes. There were screams, not human ones. When my great-grandfather returned, his machete was covered in a greenish-black substance. "They don't like populated areas," my father told me. "They need the darkness and isolation to hunt. That's why you don't hear about them much anymore. Too many people, too many lights." I still don't know what to make of all this. Scientists would say we saw monkeys or that it was mass hysteria. But I know what I saw. Those weren't animals. They thought. They planned. They spoke my name. Sometimes when I visit my parents back in Peru, I look out at the jungle at night and wonder if they're still out there, waiting for people to let their guard down. The locals have a saying, "The jungle gives, the jungle takes." I think there are things in this world that live in the spaces between what we know and what we fear, and they're hungry for more than just chickens. I just needed to share this with someone who might understand. I don't expect you to believe me, but I swear on everything I hold dear, this happened. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still check under my bed for long, gnarled fingers reaching out from the darkness. Story 20. I've been trying to make sense of what happened that night for months now. I still haven't told many people, just my therapist and a couple close friends who probably think I'm losing it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm a police officer, or I was, in Crestwood, a small town with more history than excitement. I always preferred the night shift. There's something peaceful about cruising those empty streets at 3 in the morning when most people are asleep. The world feels different at night, like you're seeing a side of it most people miss. I used to find that comforting. That changed last autumn. It was a Tuesday in October, unseasonably cold. I remember checking the temperature on my dashboard, 38 degrees, and cranking the heat in my patrol car. The shift had been quiet, just a couple of drunk college kids I sent home in an Uber and a minor fender bender outside the 24-hour diner. Around 2 in the morning, I got a call from dispatch about a disturbance at Crestwood Cemetery. Someone had reported strange lights and possible trespassing. Not unusual. The cemetery is one of the oldest in the state, dating back to the 1700s, and it attracts its fair share of teenagers looking for thrills or amateur ghost hunters with their EMF readers. "Copy that," I said into the radio. "I'll check it out." The cemetery sits on the outskirts of town, maybe a 15-minute drive from where I was patrolling. As I headed there, the temperature seemed to drop even further. The streets were completely deserted. I didn't pass a single car, not even on Main Street, which was weird even for that hour. About halfway there, the fog started rolling in, and I don't mean a light mist. This was dense, unnatural fog that seemed to come out of nowhere. 1 minute the road was clear, and the next I could barely see 20 feet ahead. I slowed down to about 15 miles per hour, squinting through my windshield. The fog had an odd yellowish tint under my headlights, and it moved strangely, almost like it was deliberate. I remember thinking it was odd that dispatch hadn't mentioned the fog. Usually weather conditions like that would be noted. I tried to radio in about the reduced visibility, but all I got was static. I figured it was just the location. There are a few dead spots around town for radio signals. When I finally reached the cemetery, something immediately felt wrong. The main gates, these huge, ornate iron things that must weigh a ton, were standing wide open. I'd responded to calls here before, and those gates are always locked at sundown. The caretaker, an old guy named Bill, was religious about it. I pulled up to the entrance and parked my cruiser, leaving the headlights on to cut through the fog. It didn't help much. I sat there for a moment, debating whether to call for backup, but my radio was still just giving me static. I decided to do a quick sweep and then head back to an area with better reception if needed. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the car. The cold hit me immediately, much colder than 38 degrees, more like it was below freezing. My breath clouded in front of my face, and the silence was absolute. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing, just dead silence. I remember hesitating at the gates, feeling a sudden reluctance to enter. I've never been superstitious, but something about the cemetery that night felt wrong. The air felt heavy, almost like it was pressing against me. But I had a job to do, so I switched on my flashlight and stepped inside. The beam barely penetrated the fog, creating a small bubble of visibility around me. The gravel path crunched under my boots, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. Rows of headstones loomed in and out of view as I moved deeper into the cemetery. Some of them dated back centuries, the inscriptions worn almost smooth by time. I'd gone maybe 50 yards when the whispering started. At first, I thought it was just the wind in the trees, but there wasn't any wind. The air was completely still. I stopped and listened. It sounded like multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, coming from all directions at once. I called out, identifying myself as police, but the whispering just continued, unaffected. My flashlight started to flicker. I tapped it against my palm a few times, but the beam kept dimming and brightening randomly. Between that and the fog, navigation was becoming difficult. I decided to make one quick loop around the main section, and then leave if I didn't find anyone. As I moved deeper into the cemetery, the whispering grew louder. It still wasn't clear enough to understand, but it felt more intentional, like someone or something was trying to communicate. The temperature dropped even further. My hands were going numb despite my gloves, and the moisture from my breath was freezing on my face. That's when I saw it. A figure standing motionless about 30 yards ahead, partially obscured by the fog. Tall and unnaturally thin, it stood perfectly still between two large mausoleums. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette. "Police!" I shouted, my voice sounding muffled in the fog. "Show me your hands." The figure didn't move or respond. I drew my weapon, standard procedure when confronting an unknown subject who isn't complying with commands. "I need to see your hands now," I called again, louder this time. The figure seemed to dissolve. That's the only way I can describe it. It didn't run or duck behind something. It just dissolved into the fog like smoke dispersing. I stood frozen, my gun still raised, trying to process what I'd just seen. The rational part of my brain kicked in. It must have been a trick of the light, or maybe the fog had shifted. I decided I'd had enough. This place was messing with my head, and I needed to get back to my car and call for proper backup once I was out of whatever weird dead zone was blocking my radio. I turned to retrace my steps, but realized I wasn't sure which direction I'd come from. The fog had gotten even thicker, and all the landmarks I'd noted were hidden. I picked what seemed like the right direction and started walking, my flashlight still flickering erratically. After a few minutes of walking, I knew I should have reached the gates by now. I must have gotten turned around. I stopped to try to get my bearings, and that's when my flashlight beam fell on a gravestone directly in front of me. It was older than most, covered in moss and lichen, but someone had recently cleared a patch on the front, making the inscription visible. My blood turned to ice as I read it. Daniel Turner, 1986 to 2022. My name, my birth year, and today's date as the death date. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. This wasn't possible. It had to be a coincidence. Turner isn't an uncommon name, and maybe there was another Daniel who had died years ago, and I was just misreading the date in the poor light. But I knew that wasn't true. The stone looked ancient, but that patch where my name showed through was freshly cleaned. I tried my radio again, desperate now. "Dispatch, this is Officer Turner. I need immediate assistance at Crestwood Cemetery." Nothing but static, louder now, with what sounded like distant voices buried in the white noise. The whispering around me intensified, becoming almost a chant. I couldn't understand the words, but I could feel their intent, malevolent, hungry. I holstered my radio and started running, no longer caring about direction, just needing to get out. The fog seemed to thicken deliberately in front of me, forcing me to slow down. My flashlight was barely working now, the beam fading to almost nothing before occasionally flaring bright for a second or two. During one of those brief bright moments, I saw them, figures in the fog, dozens of them, standing motionless among the graves. They looked human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with hollow spaces where their eyes should be. They weren't moving, just watching, but I could feel their attention on me like a physical weight. I changed direction, only to find more figures blocking my path. They were surrounding me, closing in slowly. The whispering was coming from them, I realized, a constant stream of indecipherable words that seemed to be drawing the warmth from my body. I drew my weapon again and fired a warning shot into the air. The sound was oddly muted, like it was being absorbed by the fog. The figures didn't react at all. They just kept advancing, inch by inch. I fired directly at the nearest one. The bullet passed through it like it was made of mist, with no effect. I fired again and again, emptying my clip, but they kept coming. The ground beneath me started to feel wrong, soft and yielding, like I was standing on something that wasn't quite solid. I looked down and saw the earth rippling around my feet, dark cracks spreading outward. The smell hit me then, damp earth and decay, overwhelming and ancient. I tried to run, but the ground was pulling at my feet, making each step harder than the last. The figures were only feet away now, their empty eye sockets fixed on me. The closest one reached out with fingers that were too long, too thin, almost skeletal. I remember screaming, though I can't remember what I said. Maybe just a wordless cry of terror. The ground gave way beneath me, and I was falling into darkness. The last thing I saw was dozens of those figures looking down at me from the edge of what seemed like a grave, their whispering now a deafening chorus. Then nothing. I woke up 3 days later in a ravine about 2 miles from the cemetery, severely dehydrated and hypothermic. A hiker found me and called 911. I had no memory of how I got there. My service weapon was missing, and so was my radio. My uniform was caked with a strange, clay-like mud that the lab couldn't identify. The official report says I suffered some kind of episode, maybe a seizure or a psychotic break brought on by stress. They found my patrol car parked outside the cemetery gates, door open, engine still running. There was no record of anyone calling in a disturbance that night. According to dispatch, I never radioed that I was going to the cemetery. As far as they knew, I had abandoned my patrol and wandered off. I've been on administrative leave since then. The department wants me to undergo a psychological evaluation before they decide if I can come back. I've tried to go back to the cemetery in daylight to look for that gravestone, but I can't bring myself to cross the gates. Every time I get close, I hear the whispering start again, just at the edge of my hearing. I still don't know what happened that night, but sometimes when I'm half asleep, I feel like I'm still falling, still surrounded by darkness, and I hear that whispering getting louder, telling me they're waiting for me to return. Story 21. I've never told the complete version of this before, not even to my therapist, who I've been seeing for almost a year now. I guess I'm scared of being labeled as that crazy woman. But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I don't remember much from when I was really little. I mean, who does? My earliest memories are mostly fragments. The smell of my mom's perfume, the taste of those dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets, and the feeling of my dad's scratchy face when he'd pick me up. Normal stuff, but there are other memories that aren't normal at all. Memories that my family has filled in for me over the years, that sometimes feel like dreams, but apparently weren't. My mom swears they happened, and she's not the type to make things up. It started when I was 3. My Uncle Mark had died suddenly from a heart attack. I barely knew him. He lived a couple states away and only visited on holidays. I have no memory of him at all, but apparently he knew me. A few days after his funeral, which I didn't attend, I was sleeping in bed with my mom. My dad was away on business, and I think she was just feeling lonely and sad. According to her, she woke up around 3 in the morning to find me sitting straight up in bed, staring at her. Not crying or looking scared, just staring. Before she could ask what was wrong, I apparently looked her dead in the eye and said, "Hello, Lindy. Tell Vicky I'm okay and stop crying so much." Then I just laid back down and went to sleep. My mom said she nearly had a heart attack right there. First, her name is Linda, not Lindy. The only person who ever called her Lindy was Mark. It was a nickname from when they were kids that stuck. Second, Vicky was Mark's girlfriend, who was absolutely devastated by his death. And third, I was 3. I didn't talk like that. I definitely didn't know Vicky, or that she was crying a lot. When she asked me about it the next morning, I had no clue what she was talking about, no memory whatsoever. That wasn't the only time something like this happened. When I was 4, I got one of those plastic toy phones for Christmas, bright pink with buttons that made different sounds when you pressed them. I loved that thing, carried it everywhere. My mom said I would have these long, detailed conversations on it, which I guess is normal for kids with imagination. What wasn't normal was when I started relaying messages. One afternoon, I was playing in the living room while my mom folded laundry. I was chatting away on my toy phone like usual when I suddenly looked up at her and said, "She said to tell you hi and that she misses you." My mom asked who I was talking to, thinking I was pretending to talk to a cartoon character or something. I put the phone back to my ear and asked, What's your name? Then I nodded and told my mom. She said she's Georgia. Georgia was my mom's godmother who had passed away about a year before I was born. I had never heard her name before. There weren't even pictures of her around our house. My mum was so shocked she had to sit down, but it gets weirder. I started telling my mum things that Georgia supposedly said, about a trip they took to the beach when my mum was 16, about a fight they had over a borrowed sweater, about the time Georgia helped my mum sneak out to see a concert, specific details that no one had ever told me, things my mum says she hadn't thought about in decades. I have the faintest memory of this, not the conversation itself, but my mum's face. She looked so pale and her hands were shaking. I remember feeling confused because I thought I'd done something good by passing along the message. The incident that I do remember clearly happened when I was 5. My mom's oldest brother, my Uncle Jim, committed suicide. It was devastating for our family. I didn't really understand what was happening, but I knew everyone was sad and there was going to be a funeral. The day of the funeral was hot and sticky. I remember wearing an itchy black dress and tights that made my legs sweat. The funeral home smelled like flowers and something else I couldn't identify at the time but now recognize as embalming chemicals. My cousins were all crying and I couldn't figure out why. Because Uncle Jim was standing right there in the corner of the room. I tugged on my mom's dress and pointed. "Mom, why is everyone crying? Uncle Jim is right there." She shushed me and told me it wasn't time to play pretend, but I wasn't pretending. I could see him plain as day, wearing the same plaid shirt he always wore when he came to visit. He looked sad, but also kind of peaceful. My older cousins overheard me and started making fun of me, saying I was being a baby who didn't understand death. I got upset and ran off to hide. I found a coat closet in the hallway and squeezed myself between the winter jackets and raincoats. That's when Uncle Jim appeared in front of me. He crouched down so we were eye to eye. He didn't look scary or ghostly. He looked normal, except there was a sort of glow around him, like when sunlight hits a window just right. "Hey, kiddo," he said. His voice sounded the same as always, maybe a little clearer. "Why can't they see you?" I asked. "Because I'm dead," he said simply. "My body's in that box out there, but this part of me," he gestured to himself, "is something only you can see for now." For now? Yeah. You might not always be able to see people like me. It's a gift you have, but sometimes kids lose it when they grow up. I remember feeling confused and a little scared. Am I going to die too? He laughed, but gently. "No, sweetheart. You've got a long, long time before that happens. I just wanted to say goodbye properly." "Why did you leave?" I asked. His face got sad then. "Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes when their heads get too noisy. I made a big one. But I'm okay now, and I need you to tell your mom something." He told me to tell my mom that he was sorry and that it wasn't her fault. He said to tell her that the box in the attic has what she's looking for. I didn't know what that meant, but I promised to tell her. When I came out of the closet, my mom was frantically looking for me. I told her what Uncle Jim had said, and she started crying again. Later that night, I overheard her telling my dad that she'd been searching for Jim's will, which apparently he'd hidden somewhere. They went up to the attic and found a metal box behind some old Christmas decorations that had all his important papers. After the funeral, my mom asked me more about seeing Uncle Jim and the other people I talked to. I told her about the old lady who sometimes sat in our kitchen, turned out to be my great-grandmother who died when my mom was pregnant with me, and the little boy I sometimes saw playing in our backyard. No one knew who he was, which freaked everyone out. But shortly after I turned 6, it all stopped, just like Uncle Jim said it might. The people I used to see faded away. The voices on my toy phone became just my imagination again. It was like a switch had been flipped. For years, I thought maybe I had just been a weird kid with an overactive imagination. My mom never talked about it much as I got older. I think she was afraid of encouraging something she didn't understand, but she did keep a journal of all the things I'd said and messages I'd passed along. She showed it to me when I was a teenager, and it gave me chills. There were details in there that no 3 or 4-year-old could have known. I still have strange experiences sometimes, dreams where dead relatives tell me things that turn out to be true, knowing who's calling before I check my phone. Feelings about places or people that turn out to be eerily accurate. Last year, the night before my grandma died, I dreamt of her standing at the foot of my bed. She told me she was going home and not to be sad. I woke up to the call that she'd passed in her sleep. I didn't tell anyone about the dream. I don't know what to make of all this. Was I really talking to dead people when I was little? Or was it just some weird coincidence combined with things I might have overheard? The rational part of my brain wants to dismiss it all, but then I remember Uncle Jim in that coat closet and how real he felt. Sometimes I catch glimpses of things from the corner of my eye, shadows that seem to move on their own, figures that disappear when I turn my head, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I get the distinct feeling that someone is watching me, not in a threatening way, but like they're waiting for me to notice them again. Part of me hopes I never do. The other part wonders what messages they might have. Last week, my 3-year-old niece looked up at the empty corner of my living room and waved. When I asked who she was waving at, she said, "The man with the plaid shirt." I felt the blood drain from my face. She's never heard the stories about Uncle Jim. I don't know if this ability runs in families or if it's just a phase some kids go through, but I'm keeping a close eye on her now, and I've started writing down the things she says, just in case. Maybe someday I'll understand what was happening to me back then, or maybe some things aren't meant to be understood completely. All I know is that for a brief time in my childhood, the barrier between the living and the dead wasn't quite solid for me, and sometimes in quiet moments, I wonder if that barrier is thinning again. Story 22. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not usually one to believe in the paranormal or anything like that. I've always been pretty logical, the type who needs proof before believing something. But what happened to me last October has completely shaken that foundation, and I still can't explain it. I used to work at a medical office in Cedar Falls, about 30 miles from my parents' house in Maplewood, where I was living to save money after college. The commute wasn't ideal, but the job paid well enough that I figured I could deal with it until I saved up for my own place. That night, I was working the late shift. We had a patient emergency right before closing, and I ended up staying until almost 10. I was completely exhausted. I'd been pulling extra hours that week because one of our receptionists was out sick, and I was running on maybe 4 hours of sleep a night. The drive home was always the same route. A 2-lane highway for about 20 minutes, then onto County Road 16, which cuts through this dense wooded area for another 15 minutes or so before reaching Maplewood. During the day, it's actually really pretty. At night, it's just dark, like pitch black except for your headlights dark. There are no street lights, just trees on both sides, and usually zero traffic after 9 p.m. I remember checking the clock on my dashboard when I hit County Road 16. It was 10:32. I was fighting to stay alert, so I rolled down my window to let the cold air help keep me awake. It was that crisp fall air that almost hurts your lungs a little. I had the radio on low, just some random playlist I always listened to, and I was mentally calculating how many hours of sleep I could get if I went straight to bed when I got home. That's when I noticed something moving in my peripheral vision. My first thought was deer. They're everywhere on that road, and I've had to slam on my brakes for them more times than I can count. So I slowed down from 55 to maybe 35, expecting to see a deer dart across the road. Instead, I saw a man. At least, that's what I thought at first. He was standing completely still just off the shoulder of the road. Not walking, not trying to hitchhike, just standing there facing the road. I slowed down even more, probably to 20 or 25, partly out of caution and partly because it was so bizarre to see someone just standing there in the middle of nowhere. As I got closer, something felt wrong, really wrong. The kind of wrong that makes the hair on your arms stand up before your brain has even processed why. He wasn't moving at all. not even slightly, and there was no car nearby, no house within miles. What was this person doing out here? When my headlights finally illuminated him clearly as I drove past, my blood went cold. It wasn't a man. It wasn't anything human. What I was looking at was a completely black silhouette, like a three-dimensional shadow in the shape of a person. It had no features, no face that I could see, just darkness. The worst part was that it seemed to absorb the light from my headlights rather than reflect it. While my lights illuminated the trees and ground around it, this thing remained completely dark. I'm not proud to admit it, but I panicked. I hit the gas hard, pushing my Honda up to the speed limit and beyond. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep hold of the steering wheel. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, terrified I would see it following me or standing in the middle of the road, but there was nothing, just darkness behind me. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a shadow from the trees. Maybe it was someone wearing all black. Maybe I was so tired I was hallucinating. After a few minutes of driving with no further sightings, I started to calm down a little. My heart was still racing, but I convinced myself it was just exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. I was almost home. Just one more turn onto Oak Street, and then 3 more houses until mine. I was repeating to myself that I was fine, everything was normal, I just needed sleep. I slowed down as I approached my street, hands still trembling slightly on the wheel. I turned onto Oak Street and my headlights swept across my neighbor's yard as I made the turn. That's when I saw it again. The shadow figure was crouched behind the maple tree in Mr. Peterson's front yard, the yard right next to ours. This time, though, there was something different. It had eyes. They weren't human eyes, they were just darker spots in an already impossibly dark form, but they were unmistakably looking at me, watching me, waiting for me. I blinked hard, sure that I was imagining things. When I looked again, it was gone. I've never parked so quickly or run so fast in my life. I practically fell through our front door, slamming it behind me and locking it with shaking hands. My parents were still up watching TV in the living room and they both jumped when I burst in. "Eliza, what's wrong?" My mom was already on her feet, coming toward me with that look of parental concern I hadn't seen since I was a teenager. I must have looked absolutely terrified because my dad, who's usually pretty stoic, was right behind her. "Are you okay? Did something happen?" I couldn't even speak at first. I just stood there, back pressed against the door, breathing like I'd run a marathon. When I finally managed to talk, my voice didn't even sound like mine. It was high and thin and kept breaking. I told them everything, about the figure on the road, about seeing it again in the neighbor's yard, about the eyes. As I was talking, I could see them exchange that look parents give each other when they're worried about their kid's mental state. My mom made me sit down and brought me some water. My dad checked all the doors and windows, more to make me feel better than because he believed there was anything out there. They both tried to convince me it was exhaustion, hallucinations. My mom even mentioned that she once thought she saw someone in our hallway when she was overtired after a business trip. I wanted to believe them. I tried to believe them. Exhaustion, hallucinations made sense. I'd been working too much, sleeping too little. The human brain does weird things when it's deprived of rest, but I know what I saw. That night, I slept with my bedside lamp on for the first time since I was a kid. I kept waking up every hour or so, convinced I'd seen movement in the corner of my room. By morning, I had convinced myself that my parents were right. I was just overtired and my brain was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling. That sensation of being watched, the memory of those dark, empty eyes staring at me from behind the tree. I called in sick that day, and the next. When I did go back to work, I left early enough that I'd be driving home while it was still light out. I started taking melatonin to help me sleep better. I even went to the doctor to get checked out. My blood work came back normal, no signs of any physical issues that could cause hallucinations. 2 weeks after the incident, I put in my notice at work. A month later, I had found a small apartment just 5 minutes from the medical office. My parents thought I was overreacting, moving out so suddenly, but they didn't try to stop me. I think they were actually relieved that I was taking steps to reduce my stress and improve my sleep. It's been 6 months now. I haven't seen the shadow man again. Sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. Almost. But here's the thing that still bothers me, the detail I can't explain away. The night after I saw the figure, I was looking out my bedroom window toward Mr. Peterson's yard, the spot where I'd seen it crouched behind the tree. There's a motion-activated security light on the side of his garage that comes on when anything moves in his yard. Cats, raccoons, whatever. As I was standing there, the light suddenly came on. There was nothing visible in the yard, nothing that should have triggered it. The light stayed on for the standard 30 seconds or so, then went dark. A minute later it came on again, then off, then on again. This continued for almost 10 minutes before it finally stopped. I've never told anyone about that part. It sounds too crazy, too contrived, like I'm making it up to convince people I'm not just imagining things. I still drive through Maplewood occasionally to visit my parents. I always take the main roads, never County Road 16, and I only visit during daylight hours. I'm sure my parents think I'm being ridiculous, but they don't push the issue. Sometimes at night, when I'm alone in my apartment and can't sleep, I find myself wondering, what if it wasn't a hallucination? What if that thing was real? What if it was trying to get to me specifically? And the question that keeps me up the most, what would have happened if I had stopped the car that night instead of driving past? I don't have answers. I probably never will. All I know is that I still check my rearview mirror more than I need to, especially at night. And sometimes when I'm driving and catch movement in my peripheral vision, my heart stops for a second before I realize it's just a tree branch or a bird, because deep down I know what I saw, and I'm terrified that someday I'll see it again.